Sashakt.
Seminar organized by Room to Read India called Life Skills Education, Empowerment and Equality. My name is Ishani Bhattacharya and I'm your MC for the day along with my colleague Jitendra here. I am also joined by Preeti Saini, Sara Sharma, Surbhi Taneja, who will provide interpretation in Indian Sign Language. Before we officially begin, I will take you through some of the information that will help us all navigate this space with ease. We're all seated in this auditorium today, which has two exits to your left that open up to the lobby area where food and beverages will be served in the scheduled hours. The toilets are to your left. Toilets for people with disability are on the ground floor, which is accessible by a lift. For any medical requirement, kindly contact the registration desk. The overall agenda and flow of the day have been kept as printouts in your registration kits. Do take a look at them at any point in the day if you need to know the schedule. Lunch will be served at 1 p.m. and the event will go on till 4 p.m. We hope to have your entire audience for the day. We also have special kiosk and interactive walls set up at the back of the room. Please take out time during the day to engage with them. Thank you. Without much ado, let us now begin. Life skills are the bedrock of 21st century education. These set of skills have assumed greater significance over decades, moving on from the domain of health to the larger domain of studied life decisions. We now see that they not only have the potential of supporting young people develop positive behavior, they will also help young people steer away from situations of risk, but also towards a fuller life to realize who they are and what they want to be. The National Education Policy 2020 also reiterates this vision. Today, we are talking about the relevance of life skills in health, in education, and even in being future ready. An enhanced ability of understanding oneself better and recognizing one's aspiration and pathways to take them there has become critical for every young person. In a world which has so much information floating around and so many pushes and pull, the ability to process information is a new level of challenge every day. Life skills training, we all now believe, can play a greater role than ever before. Specifically in the context of India, we are talking about young people gaining the skills in a society which is still struggling with aspects of structural inequalities, whether it's on issues of caste, class, religion, disability, gender, or sexuality. In the given context, it is therefore very important to think about how we as a nation can develop comprehensive interventions that can empower young people, especially those that stand marginalized and are vulnerable, to envision the role life skills can play in enhancing equality and social justice as well as for individual empowerment. Our work with adolescent girls, especially from marginalized backgrounds, stand testimony to that. Our decades-long relationship with them have made us learn and appreciate how their sense of who they are helped them grow their self-esteem. The process is somewhat complicated since it also makes them aware that they are in the middle of various push and pulls of an unequal society, which has a different set of power and privileges for both men and women. However, what they really celebrate is their own sense of self belief and skill set for articulating their voice and undertaking negotiation. Another important aspect which cannot be underestimated is the role that families and communities need to play in enabling them to exercise agency. Celebrating this spirit of leadership that life skills make possible, we are initiating our annual campaign called Har Kadam Beti Ke Sang, School Se Sashakt Bane Hum, in an effort to call for the role of life skills in strengthening agency and voice for our young people, especially those sections who are marginalized and need special commitment from us. We are very happy to have you all here today at this national seminar where we are all coming together as members of the society who acknowledge that life skills have come to the fore of building agencies and supporting in aspiration building. Today, we have participation from national and state level government officials, like-minded organizations, practitioners, experts, and advocacy groups. I welcome you all to the space again. Without further ado, I would now like to call upon Room to Read India country head Saurav Banerjee for the welcome address. I would also like to call upon stage Professor Krishna Menon to kindly come in for the opening address, and please take your seat, ma'am. We will also be shortly joined by Ms. Shalini Prasad, Special Secretary Health Nutrition from Niti Aayog, Government of India. She will join us in a short while. Till then, we will begin with the welcome address. Thank you, Saurav, for joining us. Saurav has been instrumental in shaping the growth of Room to Read in India and scaling up its program in collaboration with government systems. He brings in high level of strategic thinking and a strong desire to bring systemic change in education. With a rich experience of over 25 years in the elementary education sector, he has worked with governments, non-governments, and donor organizations and has participated in various program review missions.
Thank you, Ishani. Good morning and a warm welcome from Room to Read to this seminar. It's a big pleasure. It's such a pleasure to really see so many friends and colleagues among us today. Talk about something that's very close to our heart, something that we believe is central to the progress of the country, of society in general. Yet something that's not so much of a priority among governments and donors. So we are going to talk about the issue of girls' education and life skills today. Room to Read believes that with the right life skills, girls can more effectively negotiate life decisions, including the decision to stay in school and break stereotypes that affect their lives. These skills equip them to take charge, effectively respond to life situations, and identify the best solutions. We have seen this in our work that we have done in Room to Read for the last so many years since 2004. Room to Read's Girls Education Program has been working towards building agency and aspiration of adolescent girls over 2 decades now. Our work with them, especially in education backward blocks, stands testimony to that. Our years long relationships with these girls made us learn and appreciate how their sense of who they are helps them grow their self esteem. Beyond girls, life skills also have a potential to help all youth, irrespective of gender, develop positive behavior, which will help them steer away from situations of risk and steer them towards a fuller life, to realize who they are and what they want to be. In a world overflowing with information, both genuine and fake, life skills can play an important role in guiding youth to process the right information and build their knowledge base. Over the decades, therefore, life skills have moved out from the exclusive domain of health to a larger domain of 21st century skills. This has also been emphasized under the National Education Policy of 2020. The Indian society has an additional challenge of various structural inequalities leading to marginalization, discrimination of various kinds based on caste, class, religion, gender, sexuality, often intersectional in nature, leads to a gradual disempowerment of a section of the youth. Getting these marginalized sections of youth to effectively contribute to the country's social, intellectual, and economic development is crucial. Here again, life skills can play a significant role in developing the agency and voice of the marginalized youth. Provided comprehensive life skills interventions can be designed and implemented at scale. Our seminar today would focus on some of these aspects of life skills. Throughout the day today, we would be listening to the strongest and relevant voices in the sector, talking about the issue of social equality and justice and how it impacts any program that aims to build agency of the youth. It is important to not only focus on an individual, or should we consider the entire ecosystem in developing effective life skills programming? We'll discuss some of these today in our discussions. Room to Read has always striven to bring in multiple voices and multiple perspectives around the issues that we deeply care about. Even though our girls' education program has created significant impact among the girls we serve, we realize that a collective voice is needed to develop a common understanding of the importance and key components of life skill, advocate with governments and donors for the same, and address the needs of the youth at scale. I'm sure the discussions today will enrich all who have assembled here and act as a collation and amplification of the cause of girls' education and life skills. Please enjoy the day's proceedings and make full use of the networking opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurav, for setting the tone and the context of the day and calling upon all the stakeholders to come together and be part of the campaign. Hello, everyone. I am Jitendra Narayanan Bharadwaj. I'll be your MC for the subsequent sections. Moving forward, I would now humbly like to invite Dr. Krishna Menon to the dais. Just about Dr. Menon. Dr. Menon is the former Dean and Professor at Gender Studies Department at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, New Delhi. During her academic career of more than 3 decades, Dr. Menon has worked in the Department of Political Science, Lady Shri Ram College for Women, as a lecturer at Department of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, and Indira Gandhi National Open University. With that, I would like Dr. Menon to come on to the dais. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. Thank you to Nini, Rajni, Ishani, and Jitender, and others. It's very nice to meet like-minded friends, colleagues, and some ex-students. Thank you, Saurav Banerjee. You set the tone, and it's truly impressive, the body of work that you have been able to put together. It's really inspirational. I'm delighted to be a part of this very important initiative by Room to Read that brings us together in this national seminar to deliberate upon the theme of life skills education. And I think that for, and the words that follow for, are really important for empowerment and equality. I must confess, and I said this to Nini and others, I'm hardly an expert on life skills education. So the only expertise I have is of having worked with young people for over 3 decades now, as Jitendra reminded me. So, my heart does beat along with young people. I'm able to, I think I understand what the young person who comes to a public university in India, what they are looking for and what their life or lives are all about. So it's purely from the vantage point of a teacher of long standing that I would be sharing my thoughts today, and not really as an expert on life skills per se. But I'm happy to see that the program description note refers to the role of life skills in the enhancement of equality, social justice, and individual empowerment. And I heard Saurav repeat similar ideas because it casts the idea of life skills immediately as a social idea, establishing the linkage between the individual and the social context. That itself, it was a source of relief. And I said, okay, I think I might have some thoughts about this. Now, skills in general have been the focus of governments, policymakers, and civil society groups over the last few years, as all of us know. In fact, many countries like ours, for instance, have identified the absence of skills as one of the reasons for why we are unable to reach that SDG goal number 1, elimination of poverty. And for instance, in countries like ours in the global south, for example, in South Africa, a very elaborate study by the scholar Ponto Morosi, he discusses the need for fast tracking, within quotes, skills in order to increase development, increase growth, and thereby reduce poverty. It seems like a very easy to do, linear kind of process. But as an outcome of the focus on skill learning, there has been a realization that training in skills and educational degrees alone are not able to alter life situations of people, especially young people, in the global south. And the focus really is on countries like ours. And this has also been demonstrated by scholars in various studies. I found a study by a Senegalese scholar very, very interesting because he looks at the trajectory of children who received skill training but yet were not able to alter their life situations in substantive ways. So the ability to translate education, training, skills into better living situations and life chances, obviously this calls for another set of skills. And maybe we could describe that as life skills. To be precise, life skills may be defined, as all of us in this room would know, as a group of psychosocial competencies, interpersonal skills that help people make informed decisions, solve problems, think critically, creatively, and have self-worth and self-confidence and the knowledge that they can make a positive intervention in the context around them, especially in the world that we are living in, to create a healthy and sustainable lifestyle for the planet itself. So why are life skills important? I think it's very clear from the material that I read and from Saurav's address earlier that young people are today located in a world that's beset with. Young people have always had problems. Back when we were young, or at least I was young, there were problems. But I think today's young people are facing a specific set of problems posed by climate change, pollution, intra and interstate conflict, and the most recent, the global pandemic and health crisis. So life skills are important for all of us, but today my focus is really on life skills for the young. Life skills become important for us to help the young manage their emotions and make informed decisions. It helps young people's personality, talents, mental and physical abilities, realize their true potential and live harmoniously. I mean, it sounds really beautiful. These skills can help young people better understand themselves. And I did read something to that effect in the literature that has been shared. I heard Saurav also talk about it. Self-awareness, I think, is a very important aspect of life skill development, which leads to improvement in interpersonal skills, thinking skills, problem-solving skills. So to know where you are in a complex social context, I think that's the first step, really. However, and this however to me is very important, because a one-size-fits-all approach to life skills education would have its own limitations, given that social power or lack of it is experienced by different groups in different ways, intersecting ways more often than not. Intersectionality is a term that's often used to alert us, actually, to the fact that, for instance, in India, all young people are not the same. Young people occupy different and intersecting social locations marked by, as already mentioned by Saurav, caste, religion, age, disability, language, and so on, making the experience of youth itself very different. So I do think that for life skill educators, this is a challenge, because what it really is telling us that we need to think about customized life skill education, if at all there is such a thing. So our material realities are different, and we have different social experiences and therefore social aspirations, both as individuals and as groups. In other words, the youth of India experience their youth with vast differences. I shall try to show the difference by focusing on one or two aspects of these differences today. I know that Room to Read focuses very strongly on the experiences of the girl child, and hence I decided to shift the focus today to the young men in this country and what is going on with their lives. And I found, and this is something that all of us might wish to read, a very persuasive research study by the scholar Craig Jeffrey. And the book is titled, for those of you who might want to read this, Time Pass, Youth, Class, and the Politics of Waiting. This book focuses on young men in North India. Actually, he does a study in the Meerut region. And what he notices is, so he's looking at a certain kind of young men in that area, and I'm going to talk about what kind of life skills might we think would be beneficial to such young men. These are young men who are from backgrounds where there is enough financial backing to obtain some kind of educational degree and also engage in prolonged job search. But they lack funds of another kind, I mean, which could help them move into another class bracket. They don't have social networking. They don't have cultural capital. And in this fiercely competitive ethos, they are unable to break through either into government jobs or into the new economy, which offers new kinds of employment. Thus, they remain waiting for a job for a long period of time. This joblessness in the global south, and this is true not just of India, but it's true of many other countries like ours, it suggests that, so what does it do to young men? In countries like ours, masculinity often is determined by the ability to acquire some kind of education. So they've done that, tick the box. But then you need to then move to the next stage of consolidating your masculinity, which is being the primary breadwinner. And they're unable to do that because they're unable to find jobs. What this does is that they keep waiting, and Craig Jeffrey speaks to many, many young men, and they all say that their day begins by planning on how to time pass, as it's called in our part of the country. Yeah? Basically, how do you pass the time? Waiting, hoping that you will get a job. This has an adverse impact on how they experience their masculinity, which creates specific kinds of vulnerabilities, actually. And if not addressed, and it's not addressed actually, it leads to a wide range of issues such as sexual violence, addiction to pornography, substance abuse, crime, so on and so forth. I don't want to labor this point further with an audience such as this, but if we turn our attention towards persons with disabilities in India, we would see, we know the statistics, we would see that employment remains elusive at the best of times, but once employed, the challenges remain many. There are no washrooms, there is no sign language facility, there is no software reader that enables people with blindness to actually read text. All of this has an impact on the young person with disability and how they navigate their social, economic, professional, sexual, and emotional challenges. So clearly, I think I have been able to establish that the intersectional approach to developing life skills education is of crucial importance, as also tapping into local traditions, practices, festivals, songs, sports, to draw inspiration and energy from these kind of practices. Efforts such as this would alert us to the need to revisit ideas of life skills education from an intersectional standing that addresses the specificity of the group that's being addressed. The pandemic has taught us, by us I mean the community of teachers and students, the importance of affective domain of life skills. As someone who interacts with young adults consistently, I cannot help notice the extent of the emotional and psychological challenge, in addition to, of course, socioeconomic challenges mounted by the pandemic, that an ordinary student in a public university in India is having to encounter even as we speak here today. I also can't help noticing that all young people did not crumble. Some coped very well. Some just about managed. And the bulk of our students are actually unable to come to terms and cope with the anxiety of loss of livelihoods in their families and loss of dear ones, especially their peers. How to manage these emotions and understand this, place it in a larger social, political, economic, and global context requires a certain set of skills. And this is having an adverse impact on their academic growth. We as teachers tried. We tried online counseling, but it's been limited success, as all of us know. And it's not that the young people have not tried. Hats off to them. They have tried. But I think we've not been able to. We didn't have the skills or the wherewithal, didn't know how to deal with it. But we are learning, and I hope efforts such as this will actually help us think about these things better. But why should we think about life skills? And I'm going to end very soon. Is the purpose of life skills, in specific, and skills in general, only to help young people fit into a given social context? I believe that in a democracy such as ours, located within an unequal socio-economic context, our education, both general and skill-oriented, including life skills, should strive towards equipping young people with the ability to both understand and interrogate the social context within which they live. That's really crucial. The ability to actually ask questions of themselves and of the world that they are part of. Unquestioningly fitting into the social fabric, or unquestioningly fitting into a job or a business, cannot be the objective of critical and intersectional and empathetic education or life skills training. Life skills, in order to be meaningful, should aim at assisting individuals' quest for transformation and empowerment, the ability to see the interlinkages in society, and the confidence to intervene and change it in pursuit of equality and rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Menon, for sharing your thoughts with us. I think it is the charm of a professor that when a professor speaks, so you're just like, you can't do anything but just like gaze at the speech. And I think it's a sight for your eye. With that, I also would like to welcome Shalini Prasadji, who has joined our dais now. Uh, and thank you so much, Dr. Menon, for also addressing. And I think one point that it really stuck to me is the transformation and empowerment bit, where I think is really important in today's time when the young people are not just told what to do, but they're also, in a way transformed and they're empowered and, sort of like agency is given to them. So with that, I would like to open the space for some question and answer. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. There is room to read team among you with a microphone, and you can stand up and ask your question.
Thank you, Professor Menon. Well, as Jeet was mentioning, it was a sheer delight hearing you after a very long time. And so, actually, my question comes from the standpoint that when a teacher walks in, what kind of question do you ask as a practitioner of life skill? So, you were saying that there are complex social networks, however, and that however is the space where we all operate. And but that my question is like how much and how far do you find the acknowledgement of these complexities in the life skills frameworks and the epistemological acknowledgement? I'm asking. So do you think that especially in the context of India, are we giving enough importance to these complexities when we're developing the frameworks and the different epistemology, when we're acknowledging the epistemology of life skills, are we giving enough space to that? So I hope I was able to make my point. Yeah.
Just a small request. Can you also introduce yourself? And it is for everyone. Before you ask a question, please introduce yourself as well.
Sure. I'm Anupama. So I work as program officer at India Country Office. Room to read.
Anupama. Anupama, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, thank you for that question. See, I'm not much of a life skills education expert, so I don't know what kind of modules and training programs exist, but I have taken a cursory look at the kind of things that are easily available. And I think there's more work that can be done to make it both context specific and intersectional. See, I think context specific is really important because India is a very diverse country with its long tradition of skills and training practices and socialization of the youth. As I said when I was speaking a little while ago, we do have local sports and mm, community events, festivals. We must make more use of these in creative and imaginative ways, and certainly keep it intersectional, because the experiences, say, of a young woman belonging to a Dalit community in Bihar would be very different from the experiences of a Catholic girl growing up in Goa. So I think these intersectionalities are really important. So I don't know enough. So I really cannot say whether these are already incorporated. My sincere hope is that it is. And if there is more to be done, this is the time to do it, and it's for all of us to do it, I suppose. And we must. If it's not there, then we must do it.
I'm Pushprata, State Manager, Uttarakhand. You talked about life skill as a social idea. I get life skill as a social idea. So, can you just elaborate on this point? And lastly, you talked about what is the purpose of life skill education, and there you made a point that it's an ability to face interlinkages in society. So, what do you mean by those interlinkages? If you could just elaborate on this. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Pushplata.
Okay, Pushplata, thank you for the question. So there are two questions in one. So I don't know whether Pallavi is allowing that, but assuming that it's allowed. So the answer, and they are interlinked, of course. Your first question was about life skills. What exactly did you say? Social, yeah. See, I think life itself is a social experience. You know, we lead our lives. Human life is social in nature. We might be individual organisms, individual bodies, but these bodies are located within a social context. We derive our identity, our purpose, our aspirations, our networks, these come from our placement within a social network. None of us actually lives an isolated life, even if we live in a condominium and we never have to meet another human being. The fact is that there are human beings who are part of our everyday life and propping it up for us, whether we acknowledge it or not. So I don't think any life, human life, is isolated and can be atomized. It is by nature a social life. Human beings are by nature social, is how I feel. But yes, I'm aware that there is a perspective, philosophical perspective, which believes that that's not the case. But I don't think I'm comfortable with that. The other question that you asked about interlinkages. What I was trying to say, Pushplata, is that, one of the things that our young people have to be able to help to realize is that life is not cannot be sealed into neat compartments. It's not social life, it's in one box. Political life is in one box. Economic life is, these are all interconnected. And our experiences in one aspect of life would have repercussions on other, and our placement in, say, the economy will have its ramifications on our sexual life, familial life, emotional life. So it's very important for young people to understand these interlinkages, because then there is the beginning of some comprehension of why are things happening like this to me. That's one of the big questions that students often ask, but why is this happening to me? What have I done? And teachers like me, we have noticed that once they begin to appreciate the social context in which their lives are unfolding, there is a certain, of course, it veers from anger to calmness, but somewhere in between, there is an understanding that the young person begins to acquire. And it's only when you understand that you can ask the right questions, and it's only when you ask the right questions that you can move towards some solidarity, towards transformative practices. So that's what I mean.
Good morning. My name is Deepa. I'm with the British Council. I'm Senior Consultant, Gender and Inclusion. What I wanted to ask you was, we've lived through an extraordinary, global phenomenon of the pandemic. So post-pandemic, it's almost like, the trajectory of the work that has happened in education has been reset. And there is this, new lower kind of a baseline that you're working with. I would be interested to know your thoughts on how, as an educationist yourself, how, what are the sort of things that life skills education, which is, intersectional, addresses the needs of the vulnerable, what it should look like?
Deepa, I think we'll fix up a coffee date and then I shall talk about this. There's so much to discuss, but I think the pandemic has been a great teacher great within quotes. I wish it was not our teacher, but it has taught us a lot, at least in the university space. Teachers and students have come back to the campus humbled and with greater realization of of both privilege and marginalization in society, because teachers, staff, and students have experienced the pandemic very differently. That in itself, in my university, for instance, which is a university dedicated to social sciences and humanities learning, this has been I use best within quotes, but it has been the best example to demonstrate to young people how life or life situations are unequal. And therefore, the lesson to learn is that you can't turn your face away. You have to build solidarity networks if you're committed to the idea of Indian democracy. And if we truly believe that we are all citizens of this democratic nation, then we need to come together and we need to create that, as I said, that space for transformation. And for that, the takeoff point is, as I said to Pushplata, comprehension. And we are still doing it. It's not that the job is over, because every day we discover new ways in which the pandemic has actually affected our young people on campuses. I am not familiar with young people who are unable to access the university space, because my work doesn't give me that opportunity. We try, but it doesn't really. But the student is really trying to come to terms with the experience of 2 years, and the psychosocial dimension is really important, Deepa, because they have, at a very early age, they have had to encounter the loss of their classmates and peers in some cases. These are cruel and unusual experiences, actually. And that has impacted their psyche very, very profoundly. And as I said, our university offered online counseling, but that's only so much you can do. So we are still talking about it, trying to understand. We've tried to bring in changes in our curriculum, in our reading lists that try to reflect these. We are encouraging dissertations that bring in the theme of the pandemic and try and look at it from the specific location of each student, so that the student gets an opportunity to record and validate their experience. So these are some of the ways in which we are trying to make an effort.
I think thank you so much, Dr. Menon, for answering all the questions. I am also from Ambedkar University, so it also reminds me of the time when I was at campus and you can freely ask questions to your professors. So thank you everyone for asking the questions. With this, now I would like to move forward for our keynote address. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Shalini Prasad, who's presently is a special secretary with Niti Aayog in Health Nutrition of the Women and Child Development, Government of India. Shalini ji has over 37 years of administrative experience at the national, state, district, and sub-district government level. At the national level, she was the member secretary at the Tariff Commission, Government of India, special secretary at the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and additional secretary at Ministry of Power, among many other state-level positions. She has also served as Labour Commissioner in Uttar Pradesh, Divisional Commissioner in Kanpur, Vice Chairperson of Kanpur Development Authority, Additional CEO of Noida, State Director to the Integrated Child Development Services and Nutrition in the Department of Women and Child in Uttar Pradesh, among various other positions. Ma'am, we are very happy to have you here. And with that, I would like to invite you to the dais.
Morning. At the outset, let me thank Room to Read for giving me this opportunity. I've been out of the education sector for a bit now, but I really fondly remember I'm going to really talk about our experience in 3 programs that we did, which I think are really relevant to today's topic. And interestingly enough, I think none of the 3 programs exist. So I don't know how many of you would have heard of it, but nevertheless. So when we're really looking at the school-going population in India, I mean, we do know that we've overtaken China. So now we have like something like 15% of the world's children. So the challenge that we're talking about, whether it's education or life skills, is on a completely different dimension, I think, to anything that any other country really faces. And the school, of course, provides that opportunity to lay a foundation, because basically when we're looking at the young child, I mean, not perhaps on a far, in an urban sector who's highly networked, but normally it's the school and the family which provides the learning of, learning, whether it's life skills or otherwise, for the child. And given the fact that the world is really moving, I mean, it's changing so fast, and especially with things like social media, the pandemic, of course, and a lot of other things, I think it's really difficult often for families to keep up. And this is also if we're looking at a nation on the move, and especially if we're trying to go in a different direction, then I think the school is really the only opportunity that we have for really laying the foundation, and especially for a basic value system, I think is really what I'd be looking at in life skills. So the 3 programs that I'd like to talk about, all 3 of which, well, 2 of which I was involved in, and one which I helped to frame, and which was, I think, the first to go. So one is the District Primary Education Program. The other is the Mahila Samakya Program. And the third program, which I think we took a lot of time to frame and put up, but somehow didn't last very long, which was something known as the National Program for Education of Girls at the Elementary Level. I don't know how many people have heard of it, because I don't think it ever really took off the way we wanted to. But interestingly enough, it was almost entirely based on life skills, which is really what the basis of that whole program was. So to come to, I think, the District Primary Education Program, because probably that was the one which was most integrated into the education system. I think what really what DPEP was trying to do in the gender space, and this is, I mean, life skills I know is much more, but I'm talking more on the gender space. One was, of course, the curriculum. I think the large-scale revision which took place of textbooks was perhaps, I don't think it's really taken place before that, and certainly not after that, to sort of try and ensure that the whole image that girls have of themselves change, and then we try to change a bit of the worldview and how we're looking at things. The pedagogy, of course, but also, which I'd like to talk about, is the fact that almost every state came up with separate models, not all of which were within school. So you had things like Balika Manch and all, Meena Manch, which were actually taking place outside of school hours with the girls, and which was trying to build up that whole concept of self-esteem, which I think both DPEP and Mahila Samakya really focused on when we were looking at life skills, contributions, how to think. So this is really where the pedagogy came in also, because quite often, when we look at schools, a lot of the education is unidimensional. So, there we have children sitting and sort of listening to what's happening. So the whole concept of all these months and everything was the fact that it was more like a discussion group. So the girls were actually coming up with their own solutions. They were actually analyzing what their situation is. And that, I think, really made it very effective. So, of course, the problem with a lot of these programs is you come up with such nice examples of what the girls did that you really, you're often tempted to talk about it ad nauseum, which I won't. But some of the stuff these girls were doing was amazing. And I think that's the type of life skills that we're looking at. So this combination really of both the curriculum and the pedagogy, I think, is really what is important. Again, the whole concept of Mahila Samakya was just providing time and space for women. And originally it came up with women, but then there was a lot of interventions which took place for adolescent girls subsequently. So we had the Mahila Shikshan Kendras, and we had a lot of other such things. Those were, of course, residential, but we also, again, had the same thing, classes which took place on weekends, and where girls would actually get to talk about everything, be it sex, be it extramarital affairs, be it early pregnancy. There are a lot of life skills that we don't really talk about in school, but which I think took place very happily. Whatever happened in families, also that was the other thing, because there was a lot of talk about what was happening within the families. And I think that's again important, because there's no other place really where you can talk about it, and there's not a lot happening in families that perhaps we do need to move out of. So I think that really gave them, those girls, that space to talk about a lot about these life skills. And the fact that the whole Mahila Samakhya system was behind them, to sort of provide that support, or what do you say, facilitation for these discussions and for this whole thing, I think that was, again, something which probably made this so much more meaningful. So I'm going to end with the third program which I was talking about, which was NPEGL. Now, this was supposed to actually take place with the formal schools, and the idea was on a cluster. You actually talked about issues, and we highlighted a lot of them. For example, mobility for girls. I mean, even that, I think, is such a key factor when we're talking about life skills. But unfortunately, I think it never really took off, though we had some really committed workers. And I think some of the teachers I interacted with were amazing. But I think we could never really impact the mainstream as much as we wanted. And so it closed down pretty early. And I think it speaks a lot for our life skills program, the fact that all three of these programs, two of which did amazing work, and the third, which had a potential to do amazing work. So all three of them have now shut down. But I hope that at some point we can really take some of the learnings that these programs did. Somebody here talked about the curriculum and the material. Well, some of that material was really good. But I think somehow all these things tend to get lost in time, and which is sad. But anyway, we can always reinvent the wheel. So I hope that much of it is being done again. I did see some of the material that Room to Read has done, which is good. So, I mean, it's nice that people are now carrying this forward. And, some of the other things couple of things I'd like to also talk about apart from these three. One is mental health. I think that's an issue which has come up in a big way. And I think when we're talking about life skills, that is certainly something we need to incorporate in a big way. There are a lot of modules on that, of course, luckily for school health and mental health. But I think transaction, again, is difficult. And the other is, of course, the whole issue of social media. I think social media has really transformed society in a way which is, some is good and some is really terrible. And I think the only place that we can really talk about or address this issue is the school. So I think social media certainly is a very specific thing that life skills should be looking at. Equality, empowerment, legal literacy. I think this is, again, something that we are almost, it's amazing. We have such amazing laws and very little knowledge and very little implementation. So that violence against, I mean, we used to talk about violence against women and, of course, injury prevention in schools. But now violence, I think, in a way, looks so widespread, perhaps because of this social media thing. So these are all things that I think, life skills now, if it's not something that we're addressing, clearly we would have missed a big opportunity, because that's this whole school years, I think, is really what gives us this opportunity to be able to communicate with children. And so, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. So congratulations once again to Room to Read to organize this on such a relevant topic today. So thank you.
Thank you, Shalini ji, for the keynote address and bringing the perspective of government-led intervention, which forefront life skill education and best practices associated with them. With that, I now humbly request Saurav to felicitate our opening address and keynote speaker as a mark of our deep gratitude and appreciation. Yeah. And can I also request for a group photo as well? Yes. It's okay. Um, so thank you so much. We have officially now began our event. We now move on to the most awaited segment of the day, the panel discussions. We will begin with our first panel discussion titled Framing Life Skills for Equality. This discussion will look at aspects that should be central to life skill work for enhancing equality and social justice, while it sets out to empower the individual. It is important to focus on these relational aspects since youth we all work with come from marginalized sections of the society and we need to attend to the questions of intersectionality. This panel discussion will be moderated by Shaktibrata Sen. Shaktibrata Sen is the program director of Room to Read India. He leads the literacy and the girl education program of the organization. Well recognized for his work in literacy in Indian scripts and languages, he is passionate about bringing children's literature into the classroom and loves working with the young adult population and their cause. His special focus has been the multilingual fluidity in India as a context to literacy in schools and homes. Shaktibrata Sen has been a literacy professional and a speaker of repute for the last 15 years and have extensively worked with the various state government as a technical expert. With that, I would like to invite Shakti onto the stage and to introduce the panelists and moderate this dialogue. Thank you.
Good day, friends. Um, I have a very interesting panel now, and that panel is named Framing Life Skills Education for Equality. And we have a very, very learned set of panelists whose insights are going to be really profound for us practitioners. Now, there is a reason why my team has put me into the moderation. It is not because I'm a life skills expert or anything, or for that matter, I do not even have great moderation skills. It is just for some strange genetic reasons. Adda is in my lifeblood, and I'm ever curious. So I would just begin to introduce my panelists, and then I would give a short introduction to the context, to the contour of the life skills panel, and then we'll start. So let me invite Ms. Radhika Menon. She's the lead of Skills for Life and Livelihood Yuva at UNICEF. Radhika has been working in the education and skill development sector for 9+ years, and she's an education management expert from Harvard Graduate School of Education. Passionate about working at the intersection of education, TV, ET, and livelihoods, she aims to build on Yuva's unique position as a partnership platform to amplify access to quality solutions in learning and skilling. Welcome, Radhika. Ms. Pavitra K.L. Dream a Dream. Pavitra works as the Associate Director for the Innovations Lab at Dream a Dream. Pavitra joins Dream a Dream's life skill programs as a young adolescent girl. At the age of 16, she joined as an intern, has grown within Dream a Dream since then. Pavitra is passionate about working with young people and believes in creating support systems for young people that she didn't have access to. Welcome, Pavitra. Ms. Prableen Tuteja. Prableen is a feminist development professional activist. She's the executive director of the YP Foundation. She comes with more than 8 years of experience with grassroots feminist organizations and advocacy research spaces. As the executive director at TYPF, Pravleen provides overall leadership and direction to the organization's strategy on groundwork, partnerships and resourcing, as well as administration and financial management. Next, welcome Pravleen, Dr. Anita Nuna. Dr. Anita Nuna is the curriculum head for NCERT. Professor Anita is an MPhil and PhD in education, working as a professor and head of the Department of Curriculum Studies at NCERT. She has been part of various researches, including education of Muslim girls, a study of area intensive program. This was a study of 13 states. A study of perceptions of women teachers working in rural areas and problems confronting them, and various such brilliant researches. As NCERT member, she has done capacity building of district functionaries on gender issues, field-based research on gender, minority education, curriculum studies, policy analysis, and social science research. Welcome, Professor Nuna. So friends, I remember when we were trying to frame this panel internally, I think one of the first things that came to my mind was an experience from the field, an anecdote. Let me just start with one. That's all I can do, good storytelling. So I remember this was a school in the Ajmer district. Room to Read was having an RCT going on with the JPAL. And this was, well, it had a very interesting academic insight to provide for. We'll talk about that later. So generally, after the classroom was over, after the life skill session was over, I was just asking students, generally, they were young adults young girls in standard 9 probably. So what do they wish to do in future? And people were coming up with various kinds of things, generally, some of which were very, very predictable. Kisi ko doctor banna tha, kisi ko engineer banna tha, and all of that. But there was this girl who probably had a little discussion with her peers and just comes over, almost like as close as here, and says, "Mujhe main banna hai. Main banna chahti hu." And she giggles and goes away. I completely understand. If I'm standing with the headmaster, and have shared some of his authoritative stature, and then this sort of a statement is supposed to be like a performance, and then you probably giggle at the end. That's all what you can do. But this kept me thinking that as practitioners, when I look at this notion of an authentic self, this is amidst a context. This is amidst a context which is diverse, of conflicting identities often, various kinds of identities, and here we are all searching for our authentic self. Main banna chahti hu. This is exactly how we started framing this particular panel, calling it that framing life skills education for equality. Are we thinking about everyone and everybody's may? So I would just go back to my seat and start my questions, my ever curiosity. So friends, my first question is probably more of a, can I call it a dilemma? Or maybe no. It's a question that we ask ourselves, and it's a question which we have realized, my team and I, that it is worth going back to you every now and then. And the question is that when we open up this space for intersectionalities in identities and life skills, where are we situating ourselves and our young people? The moment as practitioners we open up, to the fact that there is a diverse world around, and our position is a lot of a reflection of what we see outside. When we see that, and yet we want an authentic self, we often try to ask a question as practitioners. We built up a life skill program. हम life skill program तो बना ही लेते हैं. But at the same time, it's not happening in an isolated space. It's happening in a context. So when we create a life skill program for young adults, for young girls, and we want to envisage agency, informed decision making, search for that authentic self, are we putting a bit extra of an onus on the individual's endeavor? This is my first question to the panel, and my request would be if you kindly just take it up one by one. Over to you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Shakti, and thank you for setting the context by the previous panel and definitely by you. If at any point I go very, very fast, would request the sign language interpreters to let me know, because I do end up going very, very fast sometimes. And maybe because you were talking about storytelling, I am a very big Bollywood fan. So before I actually begin with my story, I would like all of us to tell me if you've all seen a gun. Have you all seen a gun? Can we try making a gun? Can you just try making a gun? Put your hands like this together, make a gun. Bring it close to your face. Separate both your fingers. And on my count, when I say 1, put it upper. When I say 2, bring them down. Does that work? Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 more, 2. What you didn't realize, you actually ended up doing Bhangra with me. So thanks for that smile. And I think it's important because when we talk about young people and we talk about adolescents, there is a lot more aspiration that we really need to connect with, and aspirations come with always a smile, because when we've always loved to dream, there's always a nice smile that comes to our faces. And we've all seen adolescents, we've all seen young people around us. How many of us really want our adolescents and young people to live a good life? Raise your left hand. This is my left hand. Raise your left hand. How many of us want our adolescents and young people to live a successful life? Okay, raise your right hand now. So your left hand is upper if you want adolescents to live a good life, if you want successful life, then your right hand. How many of us want our adolescents and young people to live a good and a successful life? Raise both your hands. We all look arrested right now, but it's good. I think the question really is that if we all agreeing to this, if we're all agreeing to a collective aspiration, then Shakti, your question really is that what are we not doing enough that this aspiration is really getting met? And in that context, are we living the life, the good life, the successful life, the meaningful, happy, violence-free life for our adolescents and young people at chance? Or are we really locating, situating choice for our adolescents and young people? And if we're not doing that, then perhaps this whole discourse around life skills is something that we really need to pause at. While we can look at empowerment, while we can look at equality, is there space and room to start talking about what does it mean for a 14-year-old adolescent to look at what you said of main bhanna chahti hu, or what happened to me in Jharkhand when I was talking about aspirations and asked all the girls to actually talk about, tell me your aspiration. There was one person who came up to me and handed me a blank page. Right? And because her context was that I don't know even if I can aspire, because I have a lot of people telling me that I can't, right? And I think the situation really that we're dealing with right now on life skills is that yes, we want young people to actually start owning and claiming autonomy, but we also sometimes know that we tend to be allies with our own ears and eyes open, so much so that we actually want our eyes and our ears to be their eyes and their ears. And it's like when my mother, when I tell her something, and she'll be like, हमारे ज़माने में तो ऐसा होता था, and constantly there's a comparison, right? Now हमारे ज़माने में जैसा होता था वो अब नहीं है, but solutions are something that I have to seek from my mother only, because I have known it, right? And I think that's where the complexity is, that while we can all talk about adolescents and young people, but if we're leaving the onus on the young people or on the adolescent, then we're really not talking about who is really shaping that discourse for them, right? The second thing in that context is that while we let that adolescent and young people shape the discourse, and while we be their allies, will we actually end up being gatekeepers? And that's really the other challenge. And that's a challenge that, as a feminist, I'll say, like a very different sort of sector that we have navigated on, say, engaging men on violence against women, right? The moment we got men into that space, the savior syndrome became so high that you then were like, nahi chahiye humko. We will not. We will talk about gender-based violence and we will leave it there. So we really have to be really careful on the fact of when do we really want to be allies and really not claim that space, right? Let the space for adolescent young people be the space that they want to be. And the question really is, if मैं बनना चाहती हूँ, can that be legitimized, right? And the moment, if we are the ones who are really saying that I'll be your ally because I need to tell you how you need to communicate, I need to tell you what are the decision making, because you as an adolescent can really make those decisions. Now I do want to make those decisions today. I might want to make them 5 years later. But will you give me that space? And if you give me that space, will a life skills curriculum program will see me as a success story? Because no, a success story that we've all seen as practitioners is we've given 15 hours of curriculum and that curriculum has changed a person's life, and that has been so easy and we are now celebrating. Now, it's not, life skills is not ABCD, right? Like if you learned A, you should know Z, and the person is really ready to say ABCD, EF, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q till Z. I can't say it, but I'm sure we have all taught our adolescents to say it. Life does not work like that. Life works Z to A, life works A to O, life works O to Z. It will cut across. Pandemic has taught us, and now of course we cannot have a room not talk about pandemic and its impact on adolescents and young people. But even before that, life has never been linear. Then how are skills and the impact of skills something that we're really measuring at a linear level? And that really is the crux of the problem, because the moment we're looking at adolescents or young people in that isolated space, whether we are looking into their identities or not, we cannot look at their choice and their decision making in a linear fashion, because that's not how life has taught us. That's not how their lives are.
Just building on what you just mentioned, is that while developing life skills in young people who come from difficult backgrounds is important, what is also important is that there is an urgent need for us to work with the ecosystem that influences young people. And I keep saying this whenever I talk about system change, is that we cannot ask the flower to bloom if you're not fixing the environment in which it blooms. COVID is a great example of the way we responded to young people. I think it is this time that they needed us. They needed all of us to be there. And we always spoke to young people about preparing them for future, and COVID was there. That future was there for young people. So it is during COVID, as I was reflecting, right, we cannot continue to run the program the way we are doing. Right? Because the situation is different, and it was a system issue, and there was no person who was not affected because of COVID, right? Everybody, directly or indirectly, we were all affected. So what I realized during COVID is that, what young people needed during that time was not just 2 + 2 = 4, but what they needed to be able to get through the abrupt situation was life skills. To be resilient, to have that hope for tomorrow, and to be able to manage the conflict that was there, because parents' mental health took toll, and their health had huge impact. So I remember this story of Amarnath in our program. It is during this COVID where the parents lost a job. It's two children. They really literally didn't know what to do. And he calls up and says, I mean, like, this is the story which I learned after the situation, that all he said is, there was this abrupt lockdown. Everybody was trying to catch up. I myself took 1 month to make sense of what happened to me and to what was happening to our immediate family and how I'm going to respond to myself and my family, and then also think about the work. So it is during that time, like we were all at home, the only thing that we used to do is, watch the news, which was filled with a lot of negativity. There was very a few silver line that was there. So what Amarnath did was, they kept watching this TV 24/7, maybe with the hope that, there is some vaccination or some medicine which is going to solve this problem. And there was also this tension at home where parents were thinking about how are we going to pay the rent, the ration, the electricity bill, the water bill. So what Amarnath did was, as he kept watching the news, he also heard people say that, we don't have PPE kits in India. Right? This is during the first lockdown. And what he did was that he himself learned how to design, stitch PPE kit, and the family started doing that. And they started distributing this in their local community to the hospitals, and their income doubled. And if you develop life skills in young people, by default, I am sure the impact is there on their family and the community that they live. But what is important is that we continue to influence the bigger ecosystem that influences young people, because it is this ecosystem that spoke about learning loss during COVID, right? While there was some organization who did really well, but there's so many schools, right, which kept talking about, learning loss. And I kept saying that, I don't see learning loss. I feel emotionally young people have, they grew by many fold, looking at what was happening to their family, right? A 7th standard young person, father had, heart issue, and then he was all alone, fighting for him in the hospital. So they grew many fold emotionally, but of course, there was this academic loss that happened. But I think as a system, that somewhere I feel that, we didn't take that pause to make sense of what happened to young people during this time. And that's where I feel there is an urgent need for us to come together as an ecosystem that influences young people. So it's important, it's not just the flower, it's also the environment. And we should be willing to unlearn and relearn, because young people are like sponge. Whatever we give, they take it.
Professor Nuna, she has 4 decades of work experience, as she tells me. So whenever she starts talking about कि मैं फलाने साल में ये सोच रही थी, I suddenly remember, oh my gosh, I was in class 3. So please.
First of all, thank you to this organization for giving me this opportunity. And we are talking today equality and empowerment. You have written equality and empowerment. We want to see equality in our society. How we get equality in our society? When all human beings, irrespective of their sex, they participate in, they contribute in, and they get benefited from those aspects of development. So this is not happening. Why it is not happening? Because we talk about empowerment since 8th 5-year plan. In 8th 5-year plan, we talk about social empowerment, we talk about economic empowerment. But I personally feel that we can empower people economically when we empower everyone socially. And when I say socially empowerment, you all know that the government of India is doing a lot since independence to empower people socially. I'm in NCRT, and the role of NCRT is to look after school education in this country. If I say that we talk about life skill education, NCRT is talking, Government of India is talking about life skill education, I think since 2000. The National Curriculum Framework in 2000 we brought out, and there is a full-fledged paragraph on life skill education. And there is a paragraph on girls' education. And they talk about equality, they talk about empowerment. And we all know that in 2005, that again National Curriculum Framework on School Education came, and they talk about that we require education that prepare girls to exercise their rights. Very big point, if I say. If we want to see girls to exercise their right, what they require? They require definitely life skill education. And today we have National Education Policy 2000. You all know that this policy talk about human beings, and they talk about education for human beings who have the capacity to develop rational thinking, to develop scientific temper, to have compassion, empathy, value, so many things they talk about. And these things, if I see national or international perspective, we see that everybody talk about three things. One is content knowledge, no doubt in it, mastery over a subject, but they say mastery over subject with cross-disciplinary knowledge. You know, in one subject, we cannot prepare learners to live good life, to successful life. So content knowledge, mastery over a subject with cross-disciplinary knowledge, and at the same time, everybody talk about meta-knowledge, that we cannot make successful person unless until they learn how to put knowledge into action. So when they say put knowledge into action means talking about life skill education. Critical thinking, creative thinking, these all things they have already talked in curriculum. And then they talk about humanistic knowledge. They say, okay, you give whatever knowledge to them, they must learn to put knowledge into action, but at the same time, they must learn to put knowledge into value to that knowledge. Unless they learn, you know, how to put value to that knowledge, education has no meaning. So the ultimate point the policy talk about, we need education to prepare our learner how to learn. So if this is the definition of education, we need life skill education. When I say life skill education, okay, to girls, not only to girls, it is important to boys also. Because if we say that the girls must be empowered, they must be empowered only when the society is empowered, when the ecosystem is empowered. So we need to work with the society in such a manner that they must give spaces to girls to exercise their rights. So they only can get rights when the society gives them the space to make decisions, to make informed choices. Then only we can say that yes, our society, we have equal society, we have empowered society, and it is important to work with the ecosystem. If I say the role of government during the last, say, 3 decades or 4 decades in the area of life skill education, or I can say meta knowledge, you all know that 1986 policy revised in 1992 talk about women's equality and empowerment. And that time they proposed is that we need to revise our curricula, we need to revise our textbook, we need to prepare our teachers to exercise all these things. And during the last 3 decades, I can say that lot of material has been developed in NCRT, and due attention is given that nothing biases goes against girl child. You know? All the examples we have tried our best to develop material pro women's, pro girl child, so that whenever it goes to the classroom, teacher must see that girl child, they have the equal voice, they should have the equal chance to participate in each and every way activity and contribute in also and get benefited also. When I say contribute, you know, we have a reservation in Panchayati Raj. So we have women panchayats. They are participating, but they are not contributing. So unless until they contribute in and get benefited, then only we can say there is equality in society. So I think people working at the grassroots level, there's a lot many things in policy, but these things we can achieve when we get into practice. And you are the agencies, you are the people working at the grassroots level. We need your support to bring all these things into practice so that we can achieve our agenda. This is my request to all people sitting here and working in different parts of the
Radhika, over to you. Let's have your thoughts, please.
Yeah, those are big things to follow up on. But thank you to my fellow panelists and thank you for organizing this event. You spoke about this question being a dilemma. I think of it, and a little bit of semantics, I know, but it's a conundrum. It's a conundrum to solve for. When we were discussing about whether it should be an individualistic approach, whether the approach should look at an individual or an ecosystem, the immediate response was emphatically yes, it needs to look at the ecosystem because individual does not live only in that individual's context. It is that larger system. It is that larger ecosystem. Professor Bane in her address had spoken about youth being enabling the youth with life skills to navigate that complex social structure. Ma'am just now spoke about the journey from empowering to empowered is also different. Like putting knowledge into action will require a lot of ecosystem level initiatives. And on that point, like also when looking at the ecosystem, it's also when looking at the individual identities, the multiple lived identities of the young adults that we're working with. So we might be transacting the life skills in a safe space, but is that the same space that we go back to? And that's, again, the case for why we need to work at an ecosystem level. And just situating it in an example, we might be doing our best to empower a young girl to exert the agency, to look at her autonomy. She's going back to a patriarchal setup in most often. Do you think a father is going to be okay with her exercising some critical thinking skills and questioning his decisions? He's going to come down hard, and that's just because of the kind of society we live in. And without working with that father, we are essentially setting up a young girl for failure because she might gain those skills, but the space to practice it is limited unless we also look at the context in which she is living in. With that said, with that emphatic yes, that yes, we need to work at ecosystem level. Also very cognizant that as practitioners, we also have that additional conundrum of limited resources, limited finances for sure, but also limited time and effort. So in thinking of program design that looks at empowering the individual or working with the individual and working with the ecosystem, I think those are also balances that one needs to look at. That said, a program design that only looks at the individual is also missing the opportunity to make an ecosystem change. How that program design looks, including the geographies they work in, including the age groups they're working with, that will differ, but it's very important to look at both the individual as well as the context they live in, as well as those other key stakeholders that we're working with.
Let me get back to you with another question. For example, let me rephrase my dilemma once again. So when you look at a curriculum developer's perspective, let's say, here is something, for example, the one that Professor Mina was talking about, that here is something which you'll have to unfold for the entire country, a diverse country, a country not so easy to deal with. So when you look at that, there is a certain amount of commonality that you're trying to extract out of a diverse situation. There is a certain amount of, let me use the word standardization for the want of a better word. If you give me a better word, I'll immediately take that. So there is a certain amount of standardization. There is a certain amount of, because if we do not have these, we will not be able to lend our experiences to probably, let's say, an impact evaluation. So while this is very important, I completely understand. But in the process, if I rephrase my question, is like, whose life skills are we looking at? If the thought that keeps lingering is main padna chahti, who is this man? Whose life skills are we looking at when we are trying to plan this thing? how much of diversity and intersectionality can we actually harbor? Will you have a thought on that, please? Yes, please. I mean, all of you, please.
Sure. No, I think fantastic question, and specifically situating it in that curriculum developers role, right? Or looking at standardization, for lack of a better word. In a lot of program design, we look at serving that 80% because, again, resource constraints is very real. If we can solve for 80%, then that 20% is where we cater to the more marginalized, where we cater to the more diverse requirements, I'm so sorry for that, the more diverse requirements of the audiences, of the lived realities our audiences are working with. On the question of intersectionality, and pardon me if I misunderstood that, I think if a program design or a curriculum designer does not look at an intersectional identity of the young adult he or she is looking to serve or train, it's a missed opportunity because you might transact the life skills. You might have the most beautiful program to empower that individual, but that journey to empowerment gets missed. Because again, the safe space where that transacting of the life skills happens may not be the place where the actual practical application of the life skills happen. Again, situating it in an example. We teach our young boys, and I'm going to include both the genders. If you work with a young boy, we're teaching him emotional regulation, right? We're saying one of the techniques is when you're feeling angry, step away, take a break. Diffuse the situation, step away physically from the situation. Imagine him going up to his principal or going up to his mother and saying this. Firstly, in India, anger is looked down upon. Then the boy going and telling his principal that I am feeling angry, please may I take 15 minutes to step aside. The boy is implementing what he learned about how do I regulate my emotions. The principal or the mother has not been sensitized that this is a good way. For them, it's subordination. It is speaking up. It is speaking up against authority and might not sit well. So for the boy, yes, we have empowered him to look, to reflect, and to control his emotions in a way, right? Like, how do we manage it? But without working with that larger ecosystem of two key stakeholders, we are again setting him up for failure. So it is a conundrum. Going back to that point of balancing everything that you have on your table, the finances, the time, the efforts, and of course the timeline itself, you might have to make a choice of whether to focus heavily on the individual or the ecosystem. But missing out on the ecosystem will not help with the sustainability of the intervention at the individual level, is my personal opinion.
Please let me pick, and choose my panelists for my next questions. Professor Nuna will come back to you last, because I mean, when you give us your insights, they will be quite profound, and we really struggle for articulating our own experience. So we'll come back to you last. So probably to you, I mean, you need a mic in that case. Okay. So given this discourse, this I would say nuance and conflict-laden discourse of whose life skills are we talking about? What are the challenges as a practitioner that you probably would have faced in implementing something, a life skills program, when you are faced with intersectionality? There are many things to look at. There are many identities to acknowledge. How do you do that? And yet you want something for everyone.
First, just as an alternative word of standardization is homogenization. And I think that is where I feel, and I'm sort of putting that term here is because of when we're talking about intersectionality, I think one of the things that it breaks is a homogeneous look towards adolescent and young people, including a homogeneous look that if there's an adolescent who's empowered enough to take a decision, they will face a backlash and they will not be prepared to face that backlash. And I think that perception of homogenizing every individual's experience also somewhere, as practitioners, or at least that's our experience, that somewhere takes us few steps back that we want to. So we will decide a milestone, but the goalpost is something that that we've all understood is to be an empowered and an equitable society. But the milestones is something that is being decided by the programmers, and perhaps that's the first challenge and dilemma that we face when we look at intersectionality. And why I say that is because when we then look at life skills, whether it is whether it is the government programs or whether it is even our programs as development sector, we've also gone into somewhere cherry picking, somewhere using the low hanging fruits. So when we're talking about life skills education, we're talking about girls' education. But what about really talking about gender as a spectrum of identity, right? And does that really come into the kind of course contents that we have? When we spoke about programs with the government, what happened to the very, very fabulous adolescent education program? And how are we prepared? So I don't think it's so much, it is of course to do with the adolescent who's going back and using the kind of negotiation skills that has been imparted to them to communicate a decision. But it's also the decision maker, because ultimately we're not seeing young people as decision makers, and perhaps that's where we need to start looking at. It's not the why the life skills and what are the life skills, it's the how of the life skills that will really help us to define the intersectionality, because then we will not cherry pick intersectionality. Then we will also not actually use the low-hanging fruit and talk about menstruation education, because up to Akshay Kumar has also started talking about it. So fairly legitimized, but we won't talk about contraceptive, we would not talk about abortion, which for us does not come under life, because that the life will teach you. Skills is what we will teach you, right? And I think that swing also that we try and make also confuses our adolescent and young person, because I mean, imagine like, and this is again quoting a Bollywood reference, is that one song which comes to my mind, which is an Amir Khan, and Amir Khan is a father, which says, "Tu masoom, tu shaitan," and the child says, "But I love you, daddy," because you have really announced what that adolescent is for you. And the adolescent is saying something else to you and you're not hearing it, right? And if we don't hear our adolescents, then we will always get into that space that we have actually empowered the adolescents, because that empowerment is our definition, right? Speaking up might be a sense of empowerment, but not speaking up is also a sense of autonomy. And do we really provide that room for that? And I think that really is the space where intersectionality exists, because your experiences are the ones which define your goalpost as well as your milestone.
Pavitra, you know what? When we say that the ecosystem is heterogeneous, that's probably an understatement. I think they have started to use this word called the complex adaptive system. I haven't understood much of it, but what I've realized is that this entire definition of reality is hinged on something which is ever-changing and dynamic and being completely non-homogeneous. I do not know whether heterogeneous is the opposite of being non-homogeneous. So, given that, and given this set of challenges, what in your experience or what in your vision would be a good intervention, let me say, which is looking at the ecosystem as well as the individual?
So just building on my previous conversation, so life skills alone is not enough to bring change in young people. And as I spoke, that there is an urgent need to work with the ecosystem that is influencing young people. So talking about intersectionality, and this is something as we interact with young people, I keep thinking, right, I go back and tell the girls in our program that you need to be confident, right? You need to say no when parents say that you should get married. But, when they go out, that is not voice that their parents or the community that hears, because there is a system that designed for a woman to work. There is a system that is designed for a boy to work. So I feel it's important, and given with everything that is happening in India, we are not just developing life skills in young people to make meaningful choices or career choices. It is also important we develop life skills in young people to break the systemic barriers. So if you ask me interventions, just the word intersectionality itself is complex, because caste, when we take caste itself, it is a system which is 5,000 plus year old in India. So there is a way that it is working while education is 100 plus year 100 plus year old. So it's important that we design our education for young people based on the values of equity, so that we are taking everybody along based on the value of dignity and inclusion. So this will ensure that if we design our interventions, our curriculum based on these three value system, we will be able to take all the young people along and not just take those who have access. If there are 3 points that I would like to highlight from the lens of intersectional, is that how can the education ecosystem work to stop the perpetuation of the systemic barriers that continue to haunt young people in India based on their social identities, which is caste, class, gender, and racial, many other things. How should life skills program help young people unpack the ways in which their intersecting identities contribute to increased risk of discrimination, oppression within the education space? Third, what about our own biases, privileges as teachers, educators, social, life skills practitioners, facilitators, and our own intersecting social identities and their impact on our classroom? So how do we work with parents and teachers, the kind of impact that it is having on young people with the privileges and the biases consciously and unconsciously that we bring into the classroom?
Thank you. That's very interesting. Professor Nuna, now we go to you, and we want to hear more about your own challenges.
Sir, first of all, I like to say that without ecosystem, we cannot achieve anything. You all know that in 1990s, we used to talk about girls' education, women's education, all efforts for girls' education, women education. And you all know by mid-1990s, internationally, we started talking gender equality. Why? Why the term was gender equality? It was realized that if we really want girls' education, women's equality, women's empowerment in developing countries or in the developed countries, simply giving education or giving skill to girls is not enough unless until we work with the community, we work with the persons, we work with the families where the girl child, where the women they live in. So we need to assess first the situation or position of individuals in the society, in the community. We need to empower them, and then only we can make success in making girls' education a success in our country or making girls and women empowered in our country. Because ultimately, whatever education, whatever skill you give to a girl child or a woman, they have to go and join in the family, in the community, or unless until the community or family, they receive those things in a good manner, then only we can take our decision. So it is important that, okay, you work individually with the girls, women, or you can say with boys, but at the same time, we need to work with the community, we need to work with the parents also. And you all know that this time government is talking about adult education curriculum. where the attempt is that whatever we give in school education, we really need to work with the adult people so that they accept those things, then only we can achieve a success. Now, you say that what strategies we should adopt while developing a material or launching a life skill education program. I personally feel that we all know we talk about generic skills. When you work with the community, you work with the children, we try to develop among them, say, personal skills, social skills, or awareness skills, or whatever. Because one formal system is there, no doubt in it, but the formal system talk about these life skill education programs, not in isolation, but talk about an integrated manner. So when the government system talk about an integrated manner, somehow we are making some success, but not to that extent we aspire. So there, you all institutions really work together to bring that aspiration into action. So when you develop a material, you must keep to me in mind that the material should be clear what knowledge we are getting after going through this particular module. What attitude children are supposed to build after getting through this particular program or skill, and what skill they are getting. When I say knowledge, for example, we talk about human rights, we talk about gender equality. Children must be able to define what human rights are, what gender is, what gender equality is. So when I say attitude, they must understand that everyone has human rights. So today we are teaching them, yes, they are able to define, but they are not able to conceive this idea that everyone has human rights. So when I say skill, if we are really giving them some education, they must understand that suppose I am suffering or my human right is somehow here and there is getting violated. They should not do anything, but at least they should stand by. So our life skill education program must be based on these assumptions that somehow we giving them some little bit knowledge about that. We try to change their attitude. They must understand that yes, in this society, if we really want equality, everyone is equal. And what does it mean? And at the same time, if the other person is suffering, they should not go by passing that. At least they should stand and they should, something अंदर से उनका hunch होना चाहिए, yes, concern होना चाहिए that I should stand by. Abhi, we are doing a lot by bringing textbook, teacher education program, capacity building program, teacher education. So if you see these things together, we are not made a success to that. So life skill education program, I think must see that particular मान लीजिए content है, particular book है, उसमें these are the chapters and these chapters are giving this content knowledge and how I can put my effort to make attitude of children to give value to that. So if developing a material on life skill education, if these paths people can opt, I think we can make some dent in our society to make children successful.
ये जो सवाल है मेरा कि how, what is a good practice कि हर representation of lived realities हम जो आसपास देख रहे हैं उसको हम कैसे एक ऐसे पर्सपेक्टिव में ले आए जहां हम बहुत सारे लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. डाइवर्सिटी तो होगी एंड जेंडर स्किल से शुरू भी करना होगा शायद. हाँ, नहीं होगा पर आगे जाके हाउ डज दिस हैपन, हमें क्या फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी बिल्ड इन करनी चाहिए सो दैट हमारा प्रोग्राम, हमारा करिकुलम डिजाइन भी रिफाइंड होता जाए?
देखो इसमें दो चीजें हैं. कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइजेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. उसके हमारा वी लिव इन ए वेरी डाइवर्स कंट्री जहाँ इक्वालिटी का पर्सपेक्टिव भी अलग है. Maybe if you go to Kashmir, Punjab, equality is something different. When you go to Northeast, especially you go to Mizoram or Nagaland, equality is different. And likewise, empowerment is different. So we need to see that first we need to see whatever we are going to give children in a different perspective, how things are different. For example, I'm telling you, Madam was sharing NPGL program. And I have evaluated nationally this program. And this program was really going very well. And especially in the northeastern states. I give you one example. आप life skill की बात कर रहे हैं. In the Mizoram, sex is not a taboo. Whereas you go to north, you go to south, this and that, still it is a strong taboo. In northeast, it's not a taboo. Children at the age of 13, 14, 15, you know, they indulge in all these practices. Or many times, suppose a girl child, she conceives, she has to drop out from the school. And what happens many times, they do not get married. Final stage doesn't happen. So what happens, the girl child, she stays with the parents. Now she has a child. She cannot go to school. Of course, community owns the responsibility to take care of the children. But if we really want equality and empowerment, girl child also needs some education. She needs life skill. Government of Mizoram opted this program, NPGL, and they have started this program in the evening hours. So what happened? You know, the older women, they used to come for that program, some other skills, and they used to bring this girl, and the child also comes with that. You know? So my point is that context is very important. Contextualization of life skill education program is very important. The only thing is, first we need to see the perspective of those life skill programs in different contexts. How these are perceived, and accordingly we can develop the exercise.
Friends, so I can quickly tell you what I have gathered from this panel. I think first thing that I learned is that, you know, the epistemology of a practitioner is never static. So we start somewhere. We do start somewhere, and we do need certain structures, and they are probably inevitable because one day we would want to know about our impact. One day we would want to know, you know, about what works as a research question. And for certain research questions, for a search, soul search or a research, formal or informal, there has to be some sort of a structure somewhere. But I think we will really need to understand this, and probably as the world is progressing. Really? Okay. Whatever. It's not static for sure. So the way it is progressing, the way it is unfolding for us, it clearly seems that we, as practitioners, when we double up as knowledge creators also, we really need to open ourselves to how do we handle dynamism? How do we handle a non-static space? If we start with the generic skills, how do we start incorporating life skills for everyone? Because वो मैं जो मैं बनना चाहती हूँ तो सबके लिए सकते हैं, and forever. So this is what I gather. I please open it up with your permission for more questions from the audience. Yes, please.
For example, today the world is talking ICT. हम भी आज डिजिटल वर्ल्ड की बात करते हैं. We are today offline available here, but generally आजकल क्या होता है, Google Meet पे मीटिंग. So it means we are talking about technology. अब life skill भी बहुत important है. What is correct, what is incorrect? So digital literacy, I think, if included in life skill program, is very, very important. What content really the child need to access? What is correct? What are the ethics? How to put that knowledge in? Information बहुत है, लेकिन कैसे उसको value देना क्या है? I think such areas needs now to identify and put in life skill program.
Questions, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Protik Banerjee and I'm from Chhattisgarh. Thank you, ma'am Noona, for bringing in the context of Northeast. Actually, it was a wonderful way to start the day when we started with gun. Our lived-in experience is so diverse. What we witness is essentially through celluloid or digital medium. But in the Northeast, in a state like Manipur, children are growing up with the Armed Force Special Power Act, and their lived-in reality is very different. So the image of a gun actually conjures and brings to the mind a lot of trauma. What can be, a happy image by raising our left hand or a right hand for us might be very different for a child in Manipur. So in that context, when we are looking at, kind of a dynamic evolution or evolvement, how do we cater in diversity? We are talking about, kind of children in a setting where the family is a unit. There are children without family as a unit, where they are taking care of themselves. How do we, kind of take forward life skills for them, where children are, kind of having to take the role of an adult? And also for children on the move who are not able to come into the ambit of the school. How do we, kind of look at those diverse sections? These are certain things that were coming to my mind when we are looking at the notion of equality, empowerment, and autonomy. So any of you, if you can just, kind of highlight or shed some light. Thank you.
Just to just a quick thought, and speaks to the point about the lived realities of different youth across geographies, across the different identity markers is going to be different. But a key point that even Shakti had raised earlier is when we're thinking of program design, there will be some parts that can be homogenized. Thanks for introducing that into our vocabulary. That can be homogenized, but for it to be beyond informative and to be transformative, I think life skills or any education program needs to takes into consideration the context of that young person, and that's where practitioners on the field who are closest to those audiences, to those young adults living in those spaces, might be able to actually innovate and think through what is that add-on pieces that will make the life skills program a lot more relevant to the context. For example, a financial literacy program may not differ to a great degree across the country, but a program that's speaking to autonomy, that's speaking to resilience, will look different in different contexts. That said, and that's I think, the opportunity as well as challenge for educators is what is that common minimum which can be for a larger segment of young adults, and what is those add-on pieces that we have to co-create with young adults from those lived contexts as well. Just a quick thought from my side.
I think just building on what you just mentioned is that how do we ensure one context and contextualizing, co-learning with young people, and ensuring that the way we design, examining our own curriculum. So it's not a standardized curriculum. While standardization is important, but how do we ensure something that works for young people who are in Bangalore may not work for young people in Manipur. So it's important that, while we take the framework, but then we'll have to tweak it according to the need and demand that is there on the ground.
We need to assess the need and demand of the context, I think, keeping in three things in mind. कि wherever we take the program, we must see that while transacting, voice of the child is there, experience of the child is there, or active participation of the child. If we are launching something in a particular situation, we must see that children are raising their voice. नहीं ऐसा है, ऐसा है, ऐसा है. Then it helps in enriching our program. Then at the same time, if we are giving example, but children they do not have any experience of God, it will not work. So we must see. First, I told you that. पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर वट एवर हम दे रहे हैं उनको, उसका पर्सपेक्टिव हमें लोकली देखना पड़ेगा कि वहाँ उसकी क्या डिमांड है और उसमें किस तरीके के बच्चों का एक्सपीरियंसेस है. अगर अकॉर्डिंगली सपोज फर्स्ट वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई दैट दीज आर द स्किल्स वी आर गोइंग टू इम्प्लीमेंट. से लेट्स हैव फोकस ऑन सोशल स्किल्स और लेट्स हैव फोकस ऑन डिजिटल स्किल्स, समथिंग लाइक दैट. अगर अभी देखिए आपने कहा कि बच्चे जो हैं ऑन स्ट्रीट हैं, प्लेटफॉर्म हैं, विदाउट होम हैं, सेपरेटेड फैमिलीज हैं, वी हैव लॉन्ग लिस्ट, नो डाउट इन इट. लेकिन डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में तो सभी बच्चे फंसे हुए हैं. अभी उनको ऐसे लगता है कि वो बहुत स्मार्ट हैं. तो आई थिंक आज की डेट में फर्स्ट लाइफ स्किल डिमांड ये डिजिटल वर्ल्ड को कैसे इस्तेमाल किया जाए, क्या किया जाए. आई गिव यू वेरी स्मॉल छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल. अभी आई वेंट समवेयर, तो मुझे वापिस आना था, तो नेक्स्ट डे नहीं आने के बाद पहले दिन आना. तो मैंने एक बच्चे को बोला वहाँ कि मेरा टिकट ट्रेन का, हाँ हाँ अभी हो जाएगा. मैंने चेक किया नहीं था, सो आई टोल्ड कल जाऊंगी. उसने 93 का टिकट था, 4:35 में 1 मिनट में कर दिया. तो मैंने कहा ये 93 का टिकट 4:35 क्यों किया बेटा, आपने पैसे इतने क्यों दिए. नहीं नहीं चलेगा, ये कर दिया. मैंने दिल्ली आके पूछा क्या, कहते ये एक तत्काल होता है, तत्काल के ऊपर एक प्रीमियम तत्काल भी आजकल है, बोली जैसे लगता है. सो द माय पॉइंट इज चाइल्ड डज नॉट हैव 500 रुपीज इन द पॉकेट, लेकिन 4:35 के टिकट के लिए फटाफट कर दिया. तो मैंने व्हेन आई रीच दिल्ली टिकट के ऊपर देखा 4:35. सो द माय पॉइंट इज दैट चिल्ड्रन रियली दे नीड आज की डेट में इस तरीके की स्किल चाहिए कि हाउ टू यूज मनी, हाउ टू यूज टाइम, हाउ टू यूज पर्टिकुलर सो कॉल्ड मीडिया, फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस, पेटीएम, all these things. So we also need to now our scope of life skill program need to assess, keeping in mind what is required today in our society.
So this is Dr. Sirisha from Telangana. So I'm really impressed with the first question about placing the onus on the individual. So here I see it in both ways, gender perspective as well as an individual, an adolescent girl. So, and I'm very happy to note that all the panelists aligned with the thought that yes, we cannot place the onus on just the individual, but we have to make some effort or a lot of effort in creating or enabling spaces in the form of empowering the ecosystem. I do understand, I do acknowledge that many deliberations are needed and intergovernmental, interdepartmental convergences are required for this, larger thing like, but I just wanted to ask you, or can you make one or two suggestions as to whom and how do we address in one or two objective points, how do we address this community or family? See, a girl makes an informed choice to postpone her marriage, but is she really empowered to do so? No. Again, her family, the community plays an important role or the decision-making role. So in such cases, who and how are we going to include in this life skills education framework, or who and how are we going to address in such cases, or in general about not putting the onus on the
individual. Thank you. Some of the points as I was coming for this panel, I had reflected is one, examining our own curriculum to ensure that life skills is integrated, and also to ensure that we are working with teachers when you're actually teaching math or social, or when we are learning about history, can we learn history from the lens of intersectionality and not just, who was born when and who died, when. The second is training the staff. So it is important that, today during COVID, everybody spoke about parents being, educators. But people spoke about them not being, especially young people who come from difficult background, how there was digital divide, 4 kids, only one phone. So there was a lot of challenges. How do we ensure that, because kids respond better to their teacher and parents, so it's important that there's increased amount of invest on them. Second is creating assessment that measure movements and not benchmarks. Fourth is, as you look at the way school system is designed or organizations, how do we ensure that we have people from diverse background? So there is, rich in insight, and we get to learn from people from all parts of the life, and putting equitable policies in place, something that we practice at a education ecosystem level, at a school level, and then you see that on the ground. If I have to give you an example, like when you walk into a school, right, sometimes there are these labels, Hindu majority, Muslim majority, but how do we ensure that we work with religion majority schools and learning spaces where we are, pushing them to look at equitable admission, so that they're not getting trapped in, you meet a Hindu teacher or a Muslim teacher, and then you go back to Hindu community, Muslim or Christian, and that cycle continues. So there's richness in learning when you interact with people from diverse background. How do we ensure that we continue to work with young people on a long-term basis? We don't stop working when they really need it. And this is something that happens when young people finish their 10th grade. There is this notion that, I'm done with my education, especially in young people who come from difficult background. But the life after that is where they're making transition. They have a lot of aspirations. So how do we ensure that, they're again not getting trapped in saying that, young people who come from difficult background are being pushed to become adult at an early age. And then the way education system is also designed is till you're 15-year-old, you're in school system. 18 is when the job market opens. What happens to the 3 years? And that's where young people get into unorganized sector, elope, get married. There's a whole lot of challenges that comes. And so that's where long-term support for young people is needed. And also to ensure that we are working in government school system. I think Delhi school, the program is evident that how if they pick it up, there's a noise at a national and international level. So I feel it's important that we work with government system.
Thank you for that question. I think, and you said it yourself also, that it is not easy perhaps onto identifying what is the pathway. And in our experience, what has also happened is both the who and the how are multiples, like are not. So for example, when there's an adolescent who's delaying marriage, now that will again depend on the context. That a person delaying marriage can be post 14, can also delaying marriage could also mean 25 and later, right? So we'll have to define what the context is, because if this person who's 14 and is dealing marriage, then the legal system is the who that we really need to talk to, because there's a criminalization that will happen. If there's a 25-year-old young person who's delaying marriage, then we really need to speak to perhaps their ecosystem to see what are the reasons and why is the backlash then coming on the decision at the age of 25, when the person perhaps is taking many other life choices. And I think where we speak in the context of adolescence, because there are many of us who are playing, whether it is a legal system, whether it is the education system, whether it is our parents, whether it is our peers, the challenge is that young people will make decisions Are we okay with not the decisions alone which have a societal buy-in, because those kind of life skills are easily given? If we're not, then are we okay with imparting and letting young people and adolescents also take life skills that will challenge power dynamics? And whether those power dynamics will be different in the context of Manipur, whether it will be different in Chhattisgarh, whether it will be different in Karnataka, you will see that the how and the who will change based on the context. And that really is the who and how for me, is that how do we really start looking at life skills to be that spectrum where power dynamics can be challenged, and where the adolescent and the young people is deciding who is the power structure, who is the hegemony around me, because we all have learned how power and hegemony works in our lives. Because giving up privileges is also not easy, but rewarding things where we know that societal expectations do get rewarded, how do we really then challenge that? And if a young person is making that challenge, how do we really make sure that that person is secure and safe enough to make those challenges in a safer environment? And I think that's really the how and who from our experience.
We can have one last question.
Sir, I
yeah,
just Madam, your question is very, very difficult to answer. No doubt in it. It's not so easy. We have reached to some level, but it's a long way to handle such issues. You all know that government is making effort on the one side by incentivize to girls, to the community. But education has an important role to play. Suppose the girl child is coming to a school, from the very beginning, you need to see that these are some of the social issues prevailing in your society. And these are the evils we really need to address. I request all the functionaries working at the district level or at the cluster level or at the village level, from the very beginning, if you have a list of all these social issues, so you can do one thing, that today we talk about experiential learning, competency-based learning, experiential learning. We are thinking that yes, children, they should go to the community and they should work for some time, 15 bagless days with the community, and try to find out what are the social issues. So suppose these are the issues, we need to prepare theater or maybe some, you can say, role play programs in schools where you can make some dent in the thought process of community, then only at the individual level. I'm not saying community as a whole, but definitely we need to work with the families where such problems exist. Then only we can make some changes in our society. Otherwise, I know it is a very difficult task, but still we need to work with such issues prevailing in our society. Then only we can make our girl child empowered to make decisions like that.
Friends, with this, we'll have to announce the closure for this panel. We probably do not have much more time left. More questions are welcome, but over lunch. So, over to Jitendra.
Thank you for this amazing panel. We will now request Shakti Brata to kindly felicitate the panelists with a small token of appreciation from Room to Read India. And I'm also requesting everyone and distinguished speaker to prepare for a group photo as well. Kindly pose for a group photo as well. Thank you, everyone. So now we will break for lunch, which is served outside in the lobby. I'm requesting, and we are requesting everyone to kindly get back to the seminar at 2 p.m. I also take this opportunity to remind everyone that we have a special display kiosk and an interactive wall at the back of this hall. So please request, so I request everyone to kindly visit them. And if you have more questions for the panelists, do catch them during the lunch and discuss your question. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We will begin in 5 minutes, so we can start settling down, please. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, and a very good afternoon to all. I hope you've had your lunch and enjoyed it too. We will now move on to the second panel discussion titled Strengthening and Supporting Life Skills Educators. In the context of today's discussion on life skills for empowerment and equality, this panel will look at the important areas for empowering educators, for enhancing diversity, equality, and inclusion, and also share what have been some of the challenges as well as good practices in this space. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Manisha Date. I request you to kindly come on the stage and take your seat. Dr. Date has extensive experience in the domain of life skills education and has specialized in training, design, and facilitation skills. She has worked with and led Pratham's life skill curricula for adolescents, youth, and women, and has trained over 100 master trainers across 15 states in India. She has closely worked with the Center for Lifelong Training at Tata Institute of Social Sciences to design and implement certification courses for mid-level managers and key master trainers. She was also part of an experts group formed by MHRD and NCRT in 2018 to design the curriculum and content for the health and well-being program under Ayushman Bharat. Dear Dr. Date, I request you to kindly introduce your panel and moderate the much needed discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishani. Welcome everybody to panel 2. As we all know, the theme for the panel is strengthening and supporting life skills educators. I'm very happy to introduce my panel members. I'm going to introduce them very briefly. For all those who are interested in more, there is a printout in your kit that you can refer to. The first panel member that I want to invite on stage is Pramila Manoharan. Pramila has over 20 years of experience in education. She has worked with UNICEF for more than 17 years in multiple duty stations. May I invite Pramila on the stage, please? The next panel member is Dr. Prerna Kumar. Dr. Prerna has over 18 years of experience in development sector. Currently, she works with ICRW as a gender specialist, and she's leading their economic empowerment programs for adolescent girls and women. Dr. Prerna Kumar. The third panelist is Deepa Sundarajan. Deepa works with the British Council right now. She's a senior consultant for gender and inclusion. She's part of the global gender and inclusion team and leads for South and East Asia. Thank you, Deepa, for joining us. Next, we have Professor Shivani Mishra. Professor Mishra is a professor and director at Department of Social Work, Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. She has designed and developed a module and introduced life skills education as an elective subject in the curriculum for PG programs at social work education at Sardar Patel University. And then we have Nini Mehrotra, who needs no introduction here, but just to introduce her briefly, she has over 17 years of experience in the development sector. She currently works as a senior program manager for Girls Education Program at Room to Read. Thank you, everyone. Just to give a context to the discussion right now, taking off from where the earlier panel left, there are a few thoughts and takeaways from the first panel, which I would like to share with you, and then we'll start the conversation. So the first thing that stayed with me from the first conversation is a question that Shakti asked when he said, whose life skills are we talking about? And it's a relevant question for us to think about right now because the questions like who decides what's right for young people? Are we curriculum designers? And all the people that are involved, whether it's the government, the school system, the teachers, the program designers, and we call ourselves life skills practitioners. So are we all really practicing the life skills that we really want for the young people that we're working for? So these are some few questions that I have in mind, and some takeaways from the earlier panel are also about how do you address the diversity? How do you design a program and a curriculum that addresses diversity? And one of the thought that was shared towards the end of the panel discussion was that we create a homogeneous piece. Maybe we can call it a common minimum program, but based on the diversity and the context, we co-create some add-on pieces with the help of the community, the young people that are involved, or the teachers, and that's probably is a solution, one of the solutions to address diversity in the field. So here we have 5 panelists, and as a panel, we have about 100 years of experience here on stage, and quite a diverse experience at that. So let's welcome them all once more, and let's start the discussion. Okay. Is it working? Okay, all right. Yeah. So the first question that I have for all of you is maybe just to give everybody a context of your work, and also whom are we talking about? When we say life skills educators, who is it that we're talking about? Because we could be talking about different profiles, different people. So if we could just go around and each one of you talk about your program, the program that you represent, and the life skills educators that you work with. That will set the context for understanding the who that we're talking about.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Room to Read for this opportunity. As UNICEF, we work at policy level. At the same time, we work at the state level too. When I say state level, it's the field. So for the first question, as at the policy level, we work with NCRT and SCRT and the state governments. While working with them, we work with academia too. And for implementation, we work with teacher educators, teachers, as well as facilitators, because we work with diverse group of children. So I'm taking the term facilitators who work with children in different contexts and the children themselves. So that's how wide UNICEF's work is. We are in India in 17 states. So I won't take much time here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Room to Read for creating this opportunity. We also work with different stakeholders. So Room to Read works with girls directly, adolescent girls between ages 11 to 17. And we work with, in terms of life skills educators, we work with teachers, we work with teacher educators, and now we also work with school leadership, principals especially. And I think that area which constitutes of life skills educators has been expanding for us. Because we work directly also, we work in collaboration with state governments. And another, I think, very intensive area that's emerging for us is our work with the district governments, where certain district collectors are very interested in taking life skills to the schools in their districts because they feel that that's an important input for a wholesome development. So I think that, so our stakeholders and who can influence as life skills educators, whether for the adolescent or for the teachers. So that has been expanding interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. And thanks Room to Read and my colleague Sajid, who want to explore that what we have done in life skill education. The point is that we are from academia, and what we have done is of collaborating with the policies agency, that is of government, with other universities, and with the schools, and with the NGOs. And last but not least, we did a MOU with the Sarpanch with reference to life skill education. What we have done, we first create by now, we have, life skill educator. We trained life skill educator of, say, 80 students. 80 students, we want them to be a life skill educator. We collaborate them with the several organizations. We put it on the field-based practice, and this is how we have done by now 45 action research specifically on the life skill education, so that student and the educator, because we are working with schools also, so educators and the students both will understand that if you want to practice life skill education, what would be the outcome. So I'm basically from Sardar Patel University, and in social work department. This collaboration help us out to develop the curriculum. We have first developed the curriculum, design it, and then we put it on the test it. So last 5 years, we are intensely working on this curriculum design development, evolving it, and link it up with the research. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Room to Read for this opportunity. I'm from the British Council, and as an organization, we work on, we're a cultural relations organization, and our mission is to create opportunity, connections, build trust among people, India, UK, since we are here in India. As far as life skills is concerned, in the British Council, each organization has its own terminology. We call them 21st century skills, or core skills, if you like, and focusing on areas like critical thinking and problem solving, communication, creativity, English language skills, and also one of the speakers made a mention of this several times in the panel. One was on digital literacy. So this is a sort of suite of 21st century skills that we work on. A lot of our work in life skills education is focused on the continuing professional development of teachers. We work a lot with teachers, teacher educators, school leaders, head teachers, also policymakers. So we follow a sort of a whole school approach, where we are working a lot with people who are enablers, working with students. We don't work as much with students per se. We work through partners who are better equipped and better placed to work with students. Outside the school, we have a small interventions on what we call as non-formal education, and we work with a sports for development program with coaches and coach educators. Because that also, has that whole, sort of 21st century or what you call as life skills education, building on teamwork, leadership, those kind of elements. When we started our core skills journey about 5 or 6 years back, and at that time it was about introducing the idea of core skills, building a cadre of teachers who were capacitated or who knew how to take this forward in their teaching and learning context. And further down the line, up with all these with this experience, we are looking at sort of like the next step, which is on progressing on core skills. Like, how do you empower teachers or teacher educators on measuring how their learners are performing on on the core skills. So in terms of training, of course, development of resources, measurement matrices. So very broadly, that's the sort of work that that's going on at the moment on life skills education. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great platform, and I think it's lovely to hear from everyone. ICRW, the kind of work that we do is not very different from what others are doing, but we do it with a very strong ecosystem approach. So whether it's life skills, and I think it's important here to mention that being an organization which has research in its DNA, we heavily rely on evidence, generating evidence, building insights from that, and then developing programs based on that. What is also very important for me to mention here is that at ICRW, we don't see life skills as an end. We see life skills as a means to achieve gender equality. We see life skills as a means to make sure that there is lesser violence in our environment, and especially because we work with schools, within school as a system. In terms of stakeholders, like I said, we use a very strong ecosystem approach. Now, within the ecosystem, it's the entire state machinery of the education system, which of course starts from the state level officials, district level officials, block level officials, and goes down to heads of schools, teachers, SMCs, because we also recognize that community is a very important part of that, that ecosystem. And students, while they are the ones whom we work with very, very closely, we realize that it's very important to institutionalize these processes. And therefore, what we do is we work very closely with teachers, work with them, train their mentors, train master trainers, to ensure that in the long run, these programs and the perspective that we build, we are able to really sustain it over a period of long time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That's quite a variety of stakeholders that everybody has spoken about. So right from the young people that we're talking about to facilitators, teachers, teacher educators, district officials. So that's quite a range of stakeholders that we work with. If we focus on the life skills educators now, maybe the facilitators who are directly working with the young people, for any other academic subject, for example, if somebody is teaching math, that person has studied math for a long time, then probably has also done a course which teaches how to teach maths, and then he or she gets into a classroom and teaches maths. Now, what happens in case of life skills? Because there's no life skill, nobody comes with a course in life skills when we're talking about life skills educators. So what kind of challenges this poses when you plan your interaction with these educators? And what are the strategies or policies that have worked for you in supporting and strengthening the life skills educators in your programs?
Okay, thanks for asking this question. Actually, I've been talking about this quite some time. See, normally, when we talk of children's development per se, there's so much focus on the first developmental period, which is called the critical window period of 0 to 8. There's so much focus on it. And we are forgetting there's another critical window period, which is called the second opportunity, happens at adolescence. That is when the frontal cortex opens and the executive functioning skills start happening. And cortisol starts secreting. We cannot keep that away and then start building on something. So that is very important when we are going to be working with adolescents. So keeping that in mind, as you had asked, with developmental partners and academia, with government, of course, we had developed a package of courses for different age groups. As I had mentioned, because each age group is different and the contexts are also different. So a package was developed, and together with that, life skills measurement tool was also built. Because there's so much misconception and so much, lack of awareness also is there on ground. So how do we bring in equilibrium in the ecosystem to ensure that children are equipped? Actually, I really liked, equality and empowerment. So if at all really we are wanting to ensure the child achieves the maximum, then it has to be looked into the life cycle approach. And thanks to the development in neuroscience, now we are able to look into aspects of how these executive functioning skills are getting developed. There's so much research which has happened on it. From 2015, I've been personally involved in this neuroscience developmental research, which happens in the second decade of opportunity, we call it. And what are the things which can be done? So when we look at strategies, so there are cohort of our own teachers, many of them have no idea because the teacher education and the regular school education runs in parallel. I'm sorry to say this. There have to be interconnectivity. When interconnectivity happens, that's when you can ensure people achieve. If you change the curriculum and you does not change the teacher education methodology, or you can't expect the teacher to come and do magic in classrooms. The teaching learning practices which happen inside the classroom have to enable the child to absorb. When we are talking life skills, these are not just knowledges. I'm not teaching A plus B the whole square. What am I teaching here? How am I ensuring the second window of opportunity becomes an experience and then I start practicing it? So a teacher also have to be equipped. And teacher educators also have to be equipped. If I am taught in certain way, I cannot go and teach in another way suddenly. I have to be trained in that. So that's where we came in with a lot of research and evidence and with data triangulation as well. The curriculum was put up, a framework was done. First of all, a framework was done with support of developmental partners, academia, researchers, government. And after that framework, a curriculum was done, different courses with measurement. For example, sports was used as a strategy also. Because we work in areas where children are exposed to violence. And when trauma happens, that inhibits cognitive learning. So for those children, what can be done? We use different approaches. That's why I said facilitators for children with most marginalized background, or children in fifth quintile population, the wealth quintile population I'm talking about. So for them, what can be done? We cannot have one size fit all or one solution fit all. We had created different solutions using sports, using even memes. You know, children are so familiar with the Bollywood or whichever regional places, whatever they are familiar with, that was used, ensuring mental health and psychosocial support is provided. Besides that, we used technology a lot, together with, in fact, in some of the places, card game was also introduced, which was called Ready Jude. That was a game. So a lot of gamification happened, different approaches for different cohort of people, children with different context, and even for teachers. You know, helplines were created. So I can go on with various states, like in Kashmir, we used a different strategy. In Kerala, we used a different strategy. Just to bring in the context, I'm saying Northeast, what we did was different from what we did in Gujarat. So there are different things which were taken with a single thread lining there, which is the neuroscience development requirements for a child to achieve the success in life.
So Manisha, thanks for that question. I think, as Pramila was also saying, I think in terms of strategy, there may be different strategies depending on what the context is. I probably would like to focus on slightly more nuanced points, which you also alluded to. And coming from an empowerment, equality, intersectionality perspective that we were talking about in the morning, there is this person in a class, for example, and she's been handed over a life skills content, and she's expected to sort of deliver it with an assumption that there are certain life skills educational outcomes that are actually, which you can't benchmark, because I think Pavitra was talking about it in the morning, where role of the tools probably in life skills needs to be how to measure the movement rather than wanting to, bring that last benchmark under your belt. That's not how we're trying to look at it. So I think for us, a couple of things have really stood out. And because Room to Read has, whatever scale ups that we've done in close collaboration with the government, that have been with young girls and that have been essentially with women teachers and wardens. Something that has really stood out for us is that how they connect to this entire issue of building life skills as women, as adolescents who had a similar experience of growing up, who had a similar experience of being at the margins of care in the family, aspirations in the family, ambition in the family. So that was also, if I may call it, it was like a gem that we found, that it not only brought a lot of mental clarity, but it also brought a lot of emotional energy and a different kind of commitment from several of the teachers and the wardens, we worked with. So that's one. I think this issue in itself has a lot that women and adolescent girls connect to, and it sort of brings them on a common page together. There are moments of solidarity, but then there is that role of an authoritarian teacher, which most of us are, cultured into, it sort of takes up. But there are moments of solidarity, and I think one strategy would be to expand those moments of solidarity, to be able to, at least for the adolescent girls, to expand this space of realizing who they are and wanting to talk about what's important for them. I think the second thing, and I'm sure many of us here have done that, things like power walks, power and privilege walks, activities like that, where you bring the questions of intersectionality, the issues of intersectionality into their own awareness. It's not that it's not happening in the class. I think several of our people, and given the society that we are, which has various strands of inequality, we intentionally or unintentionally practice that. So I think one sort of general strategy was for us to bring this in their awareness. I think content also plays a very big role here when you create spaces for reflection, where you bring a lot of intention into important pointers, because वो generally जहन में नहीं आते, वो उतर जाते हैं. So content plays is a very big role. I think it can, the way you do it, I was just having a chat with one of our friends here. I think, for instance, a content which is less preparation intensive for a government teacher, जो कि वो कर पाए और उसके साथ साथ उनके जहन में भी चीजें वो उठा पाएं जो अक्सर नहीं आती हैं. That's important, and I'll just take another minute. And I think the last thing probably which we as an organization are now in a way also wanting to delve into more is to create evidence of how this intersectionality is really rolling out in the class. To maybe do classroom observations, to maybe do discussions, and put it together for educators to be able to actually see and go back on their experience. कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वो एक तरीके से डॉक्यूमेंटेड रूप से हमारे सामने आ रहा है, and then to come together and create solutions, because these are not easy things. Caste is not an easy thing. Sexuality based discrimination is not an easy thing. I mean, we are talking of systemic issues here, but I think the more we can create those commitments through for us it's been about paying attention to those nuances and really quotients of feeling that we can talk about. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Nidhi. The keywords, I think, are nuances, because these are the things that cannot be done on a superficial basis. You have to get into the nuances. A couple of words, also solidarity, building from life experiences. Talking about the diversity and intersectionality, I think when the life skills educator has had a similar experience, similar life experiences, it might be slightly easier for them to work. What happens if they've had very different life experiences? And I would like the other panelists also to respond in any order, please.
So when you're talking about the experience, now this is the base to start life skill education in our department. The point is that, our student is going to be a practitioner. So the practitioners, it's required to understand their self. So morning when we are talking about, what about me, right? So one of the, we want our student to put their values in an actions. We want our teachers to put their values in actions. So how we will do it? So let have some experiential learning, because that experiential learning definitely going to change them. And when they change, they will understand, because of course it's a 4 months project that we have done. But in this 4 month project, students will and the educator both. I myself also, initially before 5 years, I myself, I took the training in life skill education, and I myself worked for the period of 5 months in the organization. I'm a university professor, but I started my field-based project in preschool children, so that I will be understand how this life skill education help them to improve their quality of an education. So when we talk about this diversity, when we talk about in this, first as an educator, I feel it, let me tell you, and then I put it in a practice. So when I have to train my educators, my students, it is needed that let me train myself, let me understand where I would like to go, how I will going to interconnect this life skill educations with societal issues. That is also matters a lot. So that what we have done. So with this purpose, what been asked that, let's start this educations and let's work on it. Now, purpose is defined very much clear. All it is required that challenges that you faced. Because if you are in the NGOs, you start your training modules, manuals and working on it, fine enough. You have other stakeholders to support. But when you come to your universities, first questions from your policy, your authority will ask what the need of. As such, there is your curriculum is well defined and everything is why you want your student to work in the field for the period of 4 to 5 months, and that to be continuously hours based. Why it is so? Why you want want your student to work in different segments? Say for example, we have worked the projects of LGBTQ, we have worked the projects on slums, we have worked the project, I myself, preschool children, I had worked on. So this is how 40 projects we have carried out. So the challenge is that we face that to convince the people the need of life skill educations with reference, because they are the future practitioners. So for that it is required. That is the first thing. And this is how you have to change the pedagogy which is not there in your class. What we said in the class, fine enough, I respect that, but then you have to change the pedagogy, because another first question will arise from your parents. Parents will come and ask you whether, though it is a university, higher educations, they will come and ask you why you want our children to be trained in life skill education, how it is going to be helpful there. So we have worked on the 8 modules and 8 ambassadors we have prepared. We have worked upon it, and we try to, and then we link up with the action-based research. Because moment you link up with action-based research, student will understand their role is to work for the well-being of an others. And your action-based research is talking about well-being of an others. So now they connect their role. See, first the challenge is that forget about all the work. First you have to convince your educators that why they have to do, what is their role in it. Moment they will convince your, your work is so simpler. They will come out with all those things. So what the NEP is required? Creativity and critical thinking. And this is what in life skill education we have worked upon. Anyone else?
I think, the question which you asked, like, there is something which an educator has themselves gone through, then probably it's easier. Otherwise, what about a person? I think empathy is something that's really important. And many of our programs probably, what happens is you tend to think of an educator as a receptacle. And you have to fill that receptacle with, okay, this is what we mean by life skills education, and this is what we mean by critical thinking and problem solving. But I think that teacher's own agency somehow gets left behind. So I feel, and that's what we try to do through our program, is to start from a place of recognizing the competencies, the expertise, and the knowledge that a teacher brings, and also the limitations and challenges that a teacher faces within the context in which they are working. And that's what we've been trying to do. And say, for example, development of materials. Often it happens that, there is an expert who develops the material, and, it is come and say, oh, this is the gold standard of materials, and let's implement it. So I think we've tried to avoid that, particularly as, we bring in materials that are used globally, right? So we have an understanding that it won't always work in every context. It has to be contextualized. And that's where the knowledge of the teacher comes in, where we consult the teachers, we take input from the teachers, and then we ensure that the material what we develop is they feel comfortable with using it, and are able to use it in the classroom. I think the other thing is also, I mean, since I talked about empathy, I think also, other speakers have talked about complex social issues that are there in our country, is to also look at inclusive pedagogies. Again, in some introspection at the level of the educator, the teacher themselves, we try to cover aspects like unconscious bias, how it plays out in the classroom. Let's say, I think there's enough evidence and research that in a classroom, teachers tend to involve students who are more so-called talkative or brighter, whereas the not so much. And here, because of social conditioning, the girls get left behind, and they don't get to participate so much in what's happening in the classroom. So making them more aware about these sort of dynamics within the classroom, I think that is another thing. I think also flexible training methodologies is, when you come to, teachers are trained all the time by the dozen. It's like a factory production line of teacher training, in-service training. So, but I think, again, going back to the agency of the teacher, looking at teachers, in my opinion, are the most time-poor individuals in our country. They are required, especially in the public education system, they are required to do a whole lot of other things which isn't necessarily teaching. So I think to try and understand the reality in which teachers operate, and so that's what we've tried to do in our program, is not to load it too much. And I think you also spoke about too much content heaviness. So we try to, okay, couple of days of input, at the end of which they conceptualize a project that they'd like to work on. They go away, and over 6 to 8 months, probably a term, they work on it, and then they come back for at the end of that period for a reflection. And it's a reflection not just on what they did, but also to listen to what other teachers did and to learn from each other. So I think I'd also like to make a point here about communities of practice for teachers. I mean, it sounds like really something very fancy and important, but it's basically a group of people who are in the same situation, trying different things, and then, sharing with each other how it went, what worked, what didn't. And I think somewhere in some conference, somebody also said, no, teacher is a very lonely person. So anything goes wrong, it's the teacher's fault. So this is one way in which they, some support group is there for them, their own peer group of other teachers from whom they learn, with whom they share. So I think though that is something, and I'll take another minute more. Mentorship of teachers, I think, is also something important. Mentorship of teachers by teachers. So you are more likely to listen to someone or learn from someone who is in a similar kind of working in a similar situation as yourself. So in our program, it's a fancy term. It's called British Council School Ambassadors. So it's nothing great. It's a teacher or a head teacher who's accumulated a lot of experience through teaching, who is there as a resource for other teachers to draw from, and who are there to support them through their learning journey, the teacher's learning journey. And yeah, so I think broadly, these are the sort of ways in which we try to empower teachers, to sort of support educators and in the hope that, it really builds them up and it helps them to deliver that whole agenda of life skills education. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot has been spoken. Because I spoke about the systemic approach, let me start with that. What is very interesting is the kind of conversation that happens around life skills within the education system. Often when we talk to the government, one of the things that we kind of struggle with is this whole constantly using life skills, value education, and vocational education as interchangeable terms. And clearly that showcases that there is a need to build an understanding of how these three are different. Now, ICRW has had the opportunity of being part of the larger collaborative, which is the Life Skills Collaborative. And we have developed this tool to assess teachers' knowledge, perspective, and how do they really use or work around with life skills. Why did we feel the need for it? Constantly, when we talk to the officials within the education system, while there is confusion around what actually constitutes life skills, there is also this sense of लाइफ स्किल्स तो सबको आता ही है, हम लोग तो बचपन से सीखे ही हैं, हमारे कल्चर में तो लाइफ स्किल्स है ही, तो इसको सिखाने की क्या जरूरत है? Now that becomes a big question for us कि अगर लाइफ स्किल्स आता है तो फिर उसको सिखाने की क्यों जरूरत है? And that's where tools and data and evidence come into play, and it becomes a very important thing for us to be able to then use it as a tool for advocacy. क्योंकि जब आप ये टूल यूज करते हैं और टीचर्स से कि उनकी क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है लाइफ स्किल्स को लेकर के, एंड व्हेन दे काइंड ऑफ अगेन इंटरचेंजेबली यूज ऑल ऑफ दीज टर्म्स, यू आर एबल टू वेरी क्लियरली शोकेस that there is a need to build teachers' understanding as well. So that's one part of it. Now, when we actually work with schools, and like I said, we don't really see life skills as an end, we see life skills as a means to achieve larger goals. For us, for instance, in most of our programs, whether it's on prevention of violence in the school system, whether it's on empowering adolescent girls, we've realized that identifying the right kind of teachers is a massive challenge. Because when you go into the school and when you start talking, and obviously you go with a letter from the government allowing you to work with the school, and then you ask the head of the school to really help you identify someone who will be interested in the program, most often either some heads of schools give you teachers who are very interested but are overworked, or others actually use it as a reprimand and pull in teachers who they think are not doing anything. So, and both of these approaches are very difficult to deal with. Because on one hand, you have someone who's interested and committed but does not have the time, because their time is being used for everything in the school. And on the other hand, you have someone who has been just given as a resource because they don't do anything and they are not interested. So to be able to really engage with them also becomes a massive challenge. Now, the other thing, the strategy that we have been trying to use is, and this is something which we also developed as part of one of our programs called Planet Girls, where we worked with the head of school for 1 full year and said that, okay, help us identify a larger pool of teachers. And this was a strategy that we actually developed with our partner Prava. So to start with, we identified a larger pool of teachers, and then with their consent, we identified 3 or 4 those teachers who were actually interested, wanted to continue this engagement, and wanted to take this engagement ahead with their own students. So that was one thing which really worked well for us. But in the other programs where you're working only with the teachers directly and where this big pool of teachers is assigned for all kinds of trainings, one big challenge we face is that there is always a dearth of the number of hours that they can really give for the training. So, acha ek din mein kar lijiye, acha aadhe din mein kar lijiye. Now that in itself kind of raises questions for us in terms of what are the methodologies that we can use to train and work with teachers to ensure that we not only build their knowledge, but we are able to build their perspective. And I think some of our speakers, Nini spoke about it, and some of other speakers also spoke about it, that how do you build that solidarity? Now, for instance, when we work, because we work primarily on gender issues, the question of gender and how do you reflect on how it impacts your own life can be very, very unsettling for a lot of teachers. But what has worked for us is that we've been able to create a safe space for them to be able to vent out also, even if they don't agree with some of the larger concepts and issues that we're actually engaging in. So this is another piece that I feel is very important to highlight. You had asked a very important question, that do they really feel the same level of solidarity with the students they work with? And we have seen that's not necessarily true in most cases. And I'll give you two examples. As part of one of our programs, we actually identified youth facilitators whom we picked up from the community, ensured that they were trained for a longer period of time. And obviously the training and engagement was far more intensive. And we realized that they worked as a great resource, not just in the school, but also in the community. And this was a resource which was left behind. So of course, a very sustainable approach that way. But you can't sustain them because the program gets over and then, there are issues of funding. On the other hand, we have had, conversations with teachers who believe that ये लोग तो ऐसे ही कम्युनिटी से आते हैं, क्या ही करेंगे, मतलब आप इन्हें क्यों ही सिखा रहे हैं इतना कुछ, थोड़ा कढ़ाई सिलाई सिखा दीजिए, थोड़ा मेहंदी सिखा दीजिए. So I think one of you spoke about empathy. The empathy, while of course we need to empathize with the teachers, but we also need to build their empathy and their linkages with their own students. And we realize that often that is missing. That is missing because of the huge socio-economic divide between the teacher and the students. So yeah, I'll just stop there, and if there are any follow-up questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. There's so much to think about. A few keywords for me, and I see a lot of similarity between what we are talking about when we talk about young people and when we're talking about the life skills educators. We see diversity in both these groups. Also the empowerment and, the acceptance of diversity, working for inclusion. So some of the key things that I heard was acknowledging what is already there, trying to build on it. One area that there could be a debate on is how do we select teachers, which teachers are available. If you have a larger pool of teachers who are available, what kind of assessments do you use to select your teachers? And so any experiences around, is it a good idea to have an assessment of for teacher, whatever, life skills educators or teachers, or should it be based on who's willing to do it? Any thoughts on that? Who should be the teacher educators if we have a choice? Sorry, life skills educators. Yeah.
So I think that's a bit of a double-edged sword depending on who you're working with, right? So, so if it is the partner who is going to arrange for the teachers that you're going to work with, obviously the partner also has a say. So many cases it could be, you were working, a lot of us are working with state partners, and they want to make use of the opportunity to get as many of their teachers, take advantage of that opportunity as possible. So I think I give an example from one of, so we do a lot of English language training for teachers on how to teach English, not on their English proficiency, but how to teach English. So in those cases, we give a criteria to the partner. Say that these are the number of teachers, we'd like people who are not so close to retirement. We'd like to work at least, 50% of that group should be, that male-female ratio should be there. And we follow it up because it's an English language kind of thing. We have a test, which we administer. I follow it up with a workshop to assess, that aptitude, what you talked about, the perspective. So if our target is to train, let's say 100, we might ask them to provide a group of, let's say 150. So then it's not a perfect science, and you may get things wrong. We have got things wrong, but you know, okay, out of 100, if you are able to confidently sort of, you know, reach 30, you feel, yes, we've been able to do stuff with this 30, that is a good starting point, I think. So it's not a perfect science, a lot of trial and error in that. But I'm until somebody has a perfect and, you know, perfected a methodology of doing this, please share, because we're really interested to know.
So in our case, what we have done, because as such we have to go to the state officials and discuss with them. So in many schools, we got the permissions that we can discuss with the teachers, and this is how we can select. But in certain, teachers, I mean, what she said is fine. They said, if you want to start with LSE program, do it after our, after our school program. And this is how initially we got 100 teachers who are ready to go to the LSE program. And moment this was announced by the principal, we found only 15 teachers who want to attend. So these are the challenges that we are also facing. But yes, fine enough. Those who are willing, because then we decided those who are willing and want to work on, let them take. Another thing, challenge is that what about you were talking about selecting, what we have observed that in our Gujarat state, we have already one LSE program. And what she said is fine enough. They said, having Rangoli, Mehndi competitions, everything, these are the driving, these are the life skills they have. So what new you are going to give? So we have to explain, so what is required, what we decided, let's discuss with all the principals. Let's explain them. So 1 or 2 weeks, I myself visited all the schools, having orientations with the principals, discuss with them modules, put it in a Gujarati, and now they want to, filter that module. So then we said, okay, we are ready to do what you want. But finally, when what we decided, let's create capacity building more among the teachers. Let's teachers will discuss with the principals, then only it will going to serve the purpose. So this is what the things we have find.
I think, Manisha, you're touching upon a very delicate now, because in a system where we are struggling with shortage of teachers, in several schools, shortage of women teachers, to match what may be great with what is available. So is of course a challenge, but I think after trying to, because I'm sure all of us have a certain caricature in mind in terms of who this life skills educator should be. But we also don't want to set ourselves up for a lack of, we want to be optimistic with what is possible. And I want to give you a very interesting situation that I encountered about a month back, and this is in Telangana. And we were working, we're trying to support a district administration as a technical agency to take life skills on really their initiative to their schools. We worked with women teachers till now, but we trained a lot on the master trainers who were both men and women. And they trained both men and women teachers. And then we get to the field and we see 2 schools in which in one school, the life skills sessions are being facilitated by 2 women teachers. In another school, that is a co-ed school, the life skills sessions for the young girls is being facilitated by a male teacher. Now, I will not be able to, of course, make any generalizations just based on these 2 specific field visits, but that is the reality we are faced with. And not to say that, we know that the general good practice is that if you are working with adolescent girls, it's good to have a woman role model who can also be a, wise, caregiving adult and can model certain things. But here we had 2 classes, and both of them, I think, equally spirited. So I think this question has a larger issue attached to it around the paucity of teachers already in the system, which is creating so much trouble in any case. And then how do you, I think to us, it also matters what approach would you take in a certain situation to make the best of what is available to us. But definitely a certain caricature of who this life skills educator should be, not really prescriptive, but what can that person facilitate on the ground is always a good idea.
So thank you for that question, because as everyone was talking, I was thinking, do we really need to select teachers? Or now with the NEP's mandate of really integrating life skills, 21st century skills, gender inclusion, inclusive education into the school education itself, should we really be talking about training teachers at large? And I remember having this conversation with one of the government officials who said, why is it that we don't talk about life skills, say, in a B.Ed program? When in a B.Ed program, teachers are being taught all subjects and they are being asked to really, practice. Why is it that we are not bringing in life skills as part of that, as part of teachers' education itself? And forget about training later, but let's start from there. And also, I think, again, pedagogy also is linked to that, that once you have the content, then you will also have to bring in your pedagogy. So for me, this question is actually I would rather expand it and say that let's bring everyone into the fold and let's focus on teachers' education.
Yeah, great. So some of the things that I'm hearing is, one, definitely the point that Nini pointed out is a lot of times we don't really have a choice. Is it the intention that is more important on the teacher's part, or is it the skills, but a lot of times we don't have a choice. But it's a constant conversation with stakeholders to find a way out, and also recognizing the reality or life experience of the teacher themselves, acknowledging what they have and then building on it. So in the first panel today, we spoke about intersectionality, and from the point of view of how do you design a program that then acknowledges and deals with the challenges that intersectionality would bring in. We're talking about life skills educators now, and that's also a diverse group with different life realities, experiences. There are challenges of less number of teachers, there are challenges of even understanding the importance of doing life skills, concept of life skills, what it really is. So there are a lot of challenges. There is a variety of life skills educators that we've spoken about. There are also there could be community volunteers who work as life skills facilitators. There could be government teachers, and in your case, it could be the MSW students as well. Now, as practitioners, when you're working with these diverse group of life skills educators, trying to run a life skills program, knowing that there's so much diversity out there and it is affecting the young people as well as the life skills educators in so many ways. I'm sure all of us have good days and bad days. And there are days when we feel so overwhelmed that we think nothing is working. And there are days suddenly that a small incident could just, kind of make us so happy and shows us a ray of hope, kind of a thing. So there are all good days and bad days. Do you want to share any such examples where, you feel nothing can be done, or there are days when you think everything is possible, or at least, there's a hope and I want to keep working on it? Any stories that you want to share?
So what I discuss about the principal orientations inductions program, it's an example of it, because the point is that we have to stop the LSE program, and particularly we are working the LSE program at two levels. First with the teachers and the students of that schools also. So, now the principal, all the principal annoyed because teacher is also in the LSE program and the student is also in the LSE program, how we can run? So what we have decided, we did a partnerships. We said some of your subject we will teach, So that the partnership we did with the principals. And because, one fine day our student come and the educator both, they said that nothing doing now, we are not going to work on the LSE program, because every third day, principals gave us so many excuses, and literally we have to sit there and they are waiting for their hours to start the training program. So 1 month we have not done anything, and even I myself thought of that, we have done so many things. We put our curriculum on the policy base, everything we have done. And what she shared about the B.Ed program, we went to the B.Ed schools also and we put it in their curriculum also in life skill education, so that these people will go. So you know what we have done? We try to put it our words direct and indirect way. So indirect way through this B.Ed student, direct is us. All that we have done, I think 1 month. After 1 month, one principal called us and they said, yes, you can come down to our school. So that's the ray of hope to us. And then we, talk with the principals, who is a good friend of yours in other schools. So this is how it is called in a research, snowball sampling. So this is what we have done, and try to understand the things, put it in a more refined manner.
So I'd like to sort of relate an example from one of the projects I was managing some years back. It was a 21st century skills project, and it was in Chennai. And major excitement, the first secondary school project we are doing. Before that, we'd done all primary school projects. And one of the key elements in that project was about digital literacy. And a lot of the, as I said earlier, a lot of the work that we do is with teacher educators and with teachers. So we had this module, and we wanted to digital modules go on digital devices. So, so partner told us that no, don't worry. 70 schools this project was. Don't worry, all our schools have got computer labs, and excellent. You just go and put it on. So went to one of the schools. Went to one of the schools, and then my team came back and said that there is no computer lab in that school. How are they saying that there are computers? And then I said, okay, so let's do a little bit of fact finding. And then we did a sort of a digital audit of those schools, 70 schools. And it was horrifying what the story that came out with, that there were some schools where it was locked. We don't know whether there were computers behind those locked doors. There was one where, the computer shell was there was no CPU. And so I had to go back and tell the partner that, I think there is a disconnect between what you think is available in your school and what is actually there in the school. None of the staff rooms had even one computer for teachers to use. So, but, this was a client-funded program. So, you had to accomplish that target. So somehow we managed with tablets and stuff, and, we managed to do all that, do all the training and everything. And at the end of it, when the project was, there was one teacher. She was part of the group of master trainers. So when we first started, we asked her, what is the level at which you are using any kind of digital teaching material? So she showed us her smartphone, and she said, I downloaded one dictionary app. So when I don't know some words, I look at this dictionary. And it was so sweet. That was the extent. And she thought she was like really quite the cat's whiskers that she was using a dictionary app. And then at the end of the course, after she'd been through our training and everything, then she made a presentation using PowerPoint, and she sort of pulled her son in to help her make a little video, 2-minute video, to explain a lesson to her students, and she was really so proud of it. So from that thing of, where my team had a collective fit saying that there is no computer available in the school, to this one where the teachers actually using and using video and Excel and PowerPoint. I think that journey was what made it worthwhile.
Actually, we all know NEP has come, and NEP says life skills have to be mainstreamed. But as UNICEF, we work with government at policy level. So I was having a discussion with various stakeholders and some of the decision makers. So there was a discussion on how do you ensure the teaching learning processes in the classroom adopts life skills also. This has been a big challenge in India for quite some time, whereas in my previous work, I'd done it. In some certain countries, it's being done. It's called constructive pedagogy, which you use. I think I've shared this with you. While teaching maths or while teaching subjects, any subject, a well-trained teacher can teach life skills also. This is research and it's proven. But unfortunately, in India, this is not being practiced at all, bar certain boards. So the disconnect between not understanding what is life skills and how it has to be done also poses a huge challenge, not only for the policymakers or practitioners, for the development partners as well. Like, some of the panelists said when they go, people start talking of mehendi and all of that stuff. Recently in one of the project, which was on appearance idols, which is on body image. We all know the social norms and the gender norms, which is here in India. This is a project across 8 states, and we had started it with research, and a pilot was happening, and RCT was also happening. Random control trials, we were doing it. And we have picked up various areas because the geographic focus was also important. The sample size have to be of certain value. So we had taken certain packets and we started working. In the random control trials, with all that which I was saying, the misconception and the non-awareness, with all of that, when we were doing random control trials, the way children responded on saying how the negative influence of media is troubling them, even when they are aware this is not right, or even if the parents also agree, but the media influences, that pushed us to create a module, especially. And this was not easily accepted because many of them said we cannot do this, do that, and it went on and on for 2 years to even finalize the module because the topic as such. So first of all, ensuring that our teacher, educators and teachers or facilitator, whoever is handling subjects, because a child, when they come to school, nowadays it even starts from way below 3, they are giving a huge, the lifespan of them is being spent in schools. If we don't ensure the child who enters your school and goes out of the school is not equipped enough to face the challenges of their life, then it's not the child who's failed, it's the system, it's us who have failed. So that understanding, if it comes in, because not only at Delhi level, I said I've worked in various states. And in certain places when I had done that, the cohort of teachers, some of them, I can even mention the teachers of Bihar. It started on as a head-on collision with them. And then now where they are, it is over 8 years of journey I'm talking about. Or even if I can take some Northeast experiences, or Rajasthan, Adhyapika Manchas, So these are the people who can create the wave of change. And then during COVID, some of the teachers for one of the research, I was interviewing them, doing in-depth research with some of them. One of the Sanskrit master, I can never forget this person. He said, I personally did this because for Sanskrit, there's nothing available in the net. For other subjects, children were able to get something. But for Sanskrit, kuch nahi tha, ma'am, mujhe to karna hi tha. But this master has never done anything with computers. He has no idea about computers. I was researching on intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation and wanted to understand what makes a big change. And that's when he said, I had to do something for them. Because mere bachcho ko kuch nahi mil raha tha. That when a teacher realizes, or whoever is the facilitator realizes that it's my responsibility, it's our collective responsibility, that's where the change starts happening. And then it escalates and then it catches on. So whenever we are doing the programs, the buy-in from the stakeholders is very important. That recently we saw in the NEP SEF preparation also. When the teachers or whoever is the stakeholders who are gathered there realized that this is the opportunity for us to make the change, for which they are also partakers. If they don't change, then they are going to face whatever is the consequences of that. When that realization happens, then surely, we can see the changes happening and the effect, the multiple effects which happens in the society also. Sorry, I can go on, but then it's too much.
We can also, and then we open it to the audience questions. But
So I think challenges are many. There one can continue to talk about, but like Pramila ji said, that some of these ray of hopes can really be the starting point. For instance, in Delhi, we had teachers who took up these action projects on, after some a few sessions with us, where one of the teachers said that, okay, I'm going to expand my area of influence, and we'll try and understand where are these girls coming from, what their actual situation at home is. We'll try and support them and counsel them. So at least that intent to start with was there. In Jharkhand, for instance, a male teacher who was part of some of our programs, and he's turned around and said, look, till now I used to feel very hesitant to talk to these girls because they are young girls. The social norms around, interacting with young girls are very, very stringent. But after having been through your training, now I am able to guide them. When they come to me, they are also open after the program. They come to me and ask questions, and I'm happy to, help them with whatever information. These are the ray of hopes that, continue to keep you going, because even during COVID, for instance, some of the biggest challenges that we faced was during COVID, where programs were disrupted. We had to figure out ways to really continue our engagement with the teachers. Teachers were initially struggling with the online mode of functioning, but when we were able to create that safe space for them to have that conversation, to really reflect on themselves, to reflect on their lives, and especially with a very strong gender perspective, I think that was something which told us that, we are moving in the right direction.
So I think rays of hope are many, especially if we go to the field, the various stories of courage that you hear from the field, how, say, adolescent girls are using this. Or when you are in a teacher's training where two teachers get into an argument over the fact that whether a girl feeling attracted to a boy is okay or not okay. All these are, I think, rays of hope. I want to specifically talk about an end of project study that we did as Room to Read when we were working with the government of Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, Pan state, in residential institutions. And so that end of project study report had several findings. I think one that I want to really zoom into is the finding where it said that, the power structure between the girls and the educator, that equation had shifted a bit. And there was evidence and there was indicators which sort of made us see that there were instances where both of those parties shared power in a session. So I think that to me was a great ray of hope. And again, just linking it back to the fact that, Pramila was also talking about it, and Prerana and others. Now that the national education policy is talking about life skills, and we are discussing a very important aspect of intersectionality, of diversity, I think we need to find enough rays of hope to be able to continue this and continue this in a manner so that we are, and going back to the panel in the morning, so that we are also not preparing people to just adjust to what they get, but also to be able to change it, and other stakeholders in the system, bureaucrats हुए, teachers हुए, punches हुए, family हुई, how, what is their role, what is their call to action? Because all of these are very difficult matters, like I was saying. So yeah, just quickly.
We can open it to the audience now. If you have any questions.
Yeah, my question is to Pramila ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to know your thoughts about how and what can be done at the policy level towards building inclusive life skills and intersectionality, inclusive pedagogy for teacher training, and also systematic collaborations that we can do for the same.
Thank you for this question. This takes me to 2009 NCFT. When NCF 2005 happened, that's the time, when NCF, you all know the position papers which happened. But NCFT did not happen. It took 4 years for us to get NCFP aligned with NCF. And now NEP is giving us an opportunity, because you know, after 1986, we have done in 2020, NEP has come. So if we have to ensure NEP becomes a reality in classrooms, then NCFT also have to happen. NCTE have to come up, because I'll just give certain examples. In B.Ed, in one of the paper, the first paper in B.Ed, the guidance from UGC, the title was Who Am I? The guidance was missing. So when the guidance was missing, that's the time RTE was happening and all of that. And the states have to ensure teachers are completing their B.Ed as well as their DLED with this paper also included. And we could not set this aside. So we created a content, a material with research into it, and ensured that it gets rolled out. And so connecting the teacher education, teacher preparation together with what is going to be happening in the classroom will ensure it happens. Then what happens to the teachers who have already completed, who are in school? So your in-service training should also be facilitating the mindset for the teachers to inculcate themselves into constructive pedagogy. And while the teacher is being trained, it cannot be just a chalk and talk method, or, it have to reflect what they're going to be doing in school. This has been done in certain states. Hopefully it should pick up. It's a big advocacy point with all the collectives and everybody's support, ensuring that, instead of keeping life skills as a standalone, you ensure it. Otherwise, you face a lot of challenges, like some of the colleagues who had mentioned that they have to go to the headmaster to get a support. They have to go into, select teachers. All these are practical difficulties. But if you ensure that your teacher, while doing teaching learning practices, if time permits, I can do that examples, but there's no time. So if your teacher ensures while doing teaching learning practices, employs the skills which is required for children to achieve the learning outcomes, it can be done. This has been done in various countries, even in India, in remote parts also, like Jorhat, I can give you one district in Assam, various other districts I can tell you, where it has been practiced and it has proven and it has given results. So we need not go outside. Within India, we have a lot of examples, and this can be collated, and advocacy is on. Academia, different developmental partners, everybody is coming together and talking on this. And this workshop itself is an example of that. So surely this can be done. Only thing is we have to keep an open mind. That's a humble request. When we keep the open mind, we will be able to achieve.
Hi, my question is to, anybody can answer, given that you all have a lot of experience here and most of you are practitioners. How collectively we can really build a larger narrative for our country on life skills? We interchangeably use these words, 21st century skills, life skills, then NEP has come into fray. There is a lot of work that was done 10 years back. This morning, our keynote speaker actually talked about that also. So how as a country and collectively as practitioners, you think that we could build a larger narrative for the country for life skills?
Okay, I'll attempt to respond. This is a very pertinent question, and there is no easy answer to it. But time and again, I think one thing that I've recognized and realized is that it is the need of the hour which has really pushed us to talk about life skills. For instance, 15 years back, we used to talk about life skills in the context of HIV. Now we are talking about life skills in the context of future readiness. So that seems to be changing. But I think there is now greater recognition that life skills is has to be part of education. Also because, when we talk about the demographic dividend that India has and which we are losing on because, our population is not really ready to, or is not prepared rather, to undertake the kind of work that we expected for the economic returns. I think it's also important to recognize that market plays an important role in really defining the narrative. Having said that, attempts like Life Skills Collaborative, which both Room to Read and ICW is part of, is kind of geared towards building that narrative. And one of the things that I'm realizing is that the common language, and I think someone spoke about the common minimum program in the morning as well, that common language, that common vocabulary needs to be really developed and spoken with all stakeholders, because unless you have that, unless you really talk the same language, the narrative will always go in multiple directions.
Thank you. Quick.
Yes, I just want to, I echo what, you have said. I also wanted to add, I think, a little bit more proactive engagement with policymakers, because there's so much experience here in this room itself. So I think if that can be sort of consolidated through proactive engagement with policymakers, and you have organizations like ICRW, who are very good at the research and evidence aspect of it. I think that is something that can be the research and evidence, the insights. When you are talking about engagement with policymakers, that really makes a difference, because then it is rooted in some experience, it is rooted in proper research, and that's why you are saying it. And another thing which whenever we talk about working with government, we talk about scale. Scale is important, but I still use the word with a little bit of reservation, because sometimes it can then spin out of control. So I think also that engagement again, having more models which are proven, which have shown results, and engagement with the policymakers. I think that might help to build this kind of narrative that you are talking about.
Thank you. I think that was a wonderful discussion. Just to sum it up, in the first panel, we discussed about the diversity and intersectionality among the young people that we work with, and therefore, no one-size-fits-all kind of solution. I think even when it comes to strengthening and supporting the life skills educators, we find the same diversity and intersectionality there, and therefore there is no one solution that will fit it all. But at the same time, we spoke about using multiple strategies. It's not an either-or situation. You can use it all, whatever strategies and policies are possible. Another important parallel that I saw was you talking about the agency and ownership of the life skills educators, as much as we're talking about the agency of the young people that we're designing the programs for. So that's an interesting parallel. One more important point that came up was about the community of practitioners and sharing learnings. And I think this is also one such space that Room to Read has created, and thank you very much for that. So these are such spaces where people can interact, learn from each other, share frustrations as well as hopeful experiences, and we all take on from there. So thank you very much, all of you, and thank you, Room to Read.
Thank you, Manisha ji, for moderating the session. Thank you for all the insights, dear panelists, and bringing in such a diverse yet well-rounded perspectives for all of us here. I would now request Sajid Menon, Director of Program Operations at Room to Read India, to kindly felicitate the moderator as well as the panelists with a small token of our appreciation, requesting all distinguished speakers and moderators for a group photo as well.
Hello, everyone. So we now move to the next segment. For that, I would like to invite Room to Read's Deputy Country Director, Ms. Purnima Garg, and I also request ma'am to share a little bit about the campaign and also some of its activities. Over to you, Purnima.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been given the most difficult task of sustaining a session right after the lunch and after a very intense discussion. So, to wake you up, I'll start. Maybe if some of you could talk about what safe spaces, what does a mean for you? So, if we can have mics around the room, and if some people would like to talk about it. Space for yourself. And right now we are not getting into a discussion of spaces for girls or women, but what does safe space means to you? So some of the people sitting in the back can actually come and take some front seats if you wish to. Anybody who would like to share what safe space means to them? Any volunteers?
Uh, well, to start with, where I can be myself, a space where I am free to be myself. I'll call that safe space.
Anybody else?
A safe space for me is the place where I can be comfortable, I can be calm, I can be with myself.
Thank you. Anybody who wants to give more details, maybe when it comes to safe space for girls and women?
Yeah, so as a grown-up woman, being myself, that was for the first question that you asked. And in detail, a space which is free of any physical threats, which is free of any ridicule, which is free of any judgment, which will encourage me to grow, and also which will also, what do I say, something which is nurturing myself. If I'm a girl, I cannot do all this on my own. So if I'm talking from the perspective of an adolescent girl, a safe space means all these to me. If I'm talking from the perspective of a 50-year-old woman, it's just about being myself.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying that and saying it so rightly to differentiate that how the safe space meaning could change for different people. So we know how safety and safe space can mean various things to various girls, but the common thread among all remains the same. The eagerness to achieve a safe space that is empowering and equal. We heard that in the room. Be it a guard didi giving assurance through eye gesture or to a maths teacher encouraging her student through a positive discipline. We need to remember that safety can only come when we are able to integrate gender equality into our daily lives. An equal society goes a long way. Learning from 2021, where Room to Read celebrated girls' leadership and perseverance skills in their effort to continue their education, highlighting through its campaign called Har Kadam Beti Ke Sang, Leadership Ki Tarang. We present to you the whole school approach for the year 2022. The whole school approach is a humanitarian and development approach with a collective sense of responsibility and accountability towards young people. Therefore, our campaign cannot achieve its objective without their participation. The multidimensional approach seeks to take on all parts of school life to ensure a sense of safety and strengthen schools as an empowering space. And I would like to highlight this. We are trying to create safe spaces in the school. We seek to build on this idea further by rendering support to girls leading their own lives. We aim to see them as leaders not for the future, but for the present as well. In this regard, we are delighted to launch our 2022 campaign, हर कदम बेटी के संग स्कूल से सशक्त बने हम. We hope to see your participation in the campaign not just in numbers but also in the complete spirit of it. Now I move to the most exciting part of this session. I would like to invite our alumni of Room to Read Girls Education Program on stage. The alumni girls were part of Room to Read's Life Skills Education Program and are here today to share their experience on issues of safety and empowerment from their lives. Firstly, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Chanchan Saxela. Chanchal, can we have you here? Chanchal is from Delhi and is currently pursuing her graduation from Bhagat Singh College. She also teaches children. She loves studying a lot. She loves to cook, dance, and talk to her mother a lot. The next guest that we have today with us is Ms. Bushra Anwar. Bushra is currently studying a course on operations theatre technician from Jamia Hamdard University. She works in the same institute and teaches mathematics and science to students from class 1 to 9. She loves reading, shairi, and wall painting. Welcome, Bushra. Why don't you just have your seat? The next guest that we have on list is Miss Nahid Masood. Nahid is a medical electrophysiologist and she finished her degree this year from Jamia Millia Islamia University. She loves reading and eating food. Last but not the least, Miss Shaheen. Shaheen has studied BCom and is currently pursuing MBA in operations. She's also working in the Cordilla Cruise Waterways Leisure Tourism. She finds her strongest asset as her ability to learn in any atmosphere. I welcome you all, and we will just like to have some conversation with our guests today. And they're just not the guest for us. Honestly, for me as a Room to Read representative, I would say this is everything to us. This is success to us. This is our life. This is what we live. So when I was reading their bios, honestly, it was giving me a goosebump that this is the impact that we are able to make. So I would like to spend some moment with them and hear a little bit about more about them. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस टुडे. आज हम थोड़ी सी बातचीत करेंगे कि थोड़ा सा अपने बारे में बताएं कि अभी आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं और किस तरीके से स्कूल में जब आप स्कूल में थे किस तरीके से प्रोग्राम के थ्रू या किस तरीके से आपको एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट का एहसास हुआ, क्योंकि हमारा जो कैंपेन है वो सेफ स्कूल में एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट की बात करता है. तो अगर आप अपने कुछ एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर कर सकें दैट विल बी गुड. चंचल आप स्टार्ट करना चाहेंगे? एनीबडी, बुशरा, चंचल, एनीबडी हु कैन स्टार्ट.
First, thank you, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to express our school experience in front of all. I would like to express one of my experience, school experience. So, as usual, जब जो सबको एक fear होता है, वैसे मुझे भी एक fear है. Common fear है जो कि stage fear है. मैं हमेशा स्टेज पे जाने से पहले हमेशा बहुत डर जाती हूँ, मुझे एंजाइटी होने लगती है और मैं बहुत शिवर करने लगती हूँ. कई बार टैकीकार्डिया भी फील किया है मैंने. टैकीकार्डिया मीन्स यू नो ना? ओके. सो इस फियर की वजह से मैंने बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिस की है. सो मैं अब समझ गई हूँ कि ये सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ अब मुझे वापस तो नहीं मिल सकती हैं. एक दिन मेरी एक टीचर ने मुझे बुलाया और मुझे पूछा कि बुशरा आपको कोई दिक्कत है, कोई प्रॉब्लम है? तो मैंने उनके सामने अपनी बातें रखी। उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि डरने की कोई बात नहीं है, यू कैन डू इट। अब मैं मैम की उन्हीं सारी बातों को रिमाइंड करके इस फियर से ओवरकम कर पाई हूँ और आज आप सबके सामने हूँ। अभी यहाँ पे आने से पहले एटलीस्ट 5 to 10 मिनट बिफोर मुझे बहुत एंजाइटी हो रही थी, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा शिवर कर रही थी, बट आइज क्लोज करके मैंने उन्हीं सारी बातों को रिमाइंड किया और मैं आप लोगों के सामने हूँ।
थैंक यू मैम। बुशरा का जैसे स्टेज फेयर था वैसे भी मेरा एक स्टेज फेयर था, मेरा भी था। जैसे बुशरा मैं तुम्हारे साथ बहुत अच्छे से रिलेट कर पा रही हूँ, लेकिन मैंने भी उसे ओवरकम किया है। बट ऐसे नहीं, मुझे वॉशरूम फेयर था, मुझे वॉशरूम जाने में बहुत डर लगता था। बचपन से ही मम्मा ने ये सिखाया था कहीं बाहर वॉशरूम, पब्लिक प्लेसेस पे वॉशरूम नहीं जाना है क्योंकि फीमेल्स के लिए वो सेफ नहीं होता है। इस वजह से मैं एक्स्ट्रा एक्टिविटीज में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाती थी क्योंकि मैं वॉशरूम के जा ही नहीं पाती थी, तो फिर डिस्टर्ब रहती थी पूरे टाइम। मेन मेरा वॉशरूम फेयर जो है कब खत्म हुआ, मैं 6th क्लास में थी जब मैं अपना सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल मैंने ज्वाइन किया। वहाँ पे मैंने वॉशरूम, एक दिन मुझे जाना था, बहुत ज़रूरी था, बट मैं वहाँ पे गई। मैंने वहाँ देखा कि वहाँ तो वॉशरूम के बाहर एक गार्ड दीदी खड़ी है। मेरे को लगा मैं क्यों डर रही थी यहाँ पे आने के लिए, यहाँ पे तो गार्ड दीदी हैं। वहाँ पे मुझे मतलब मेरे स्कूल का ये फंक्शन, या मैं कहूँ ये चीज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी कि फीमेल्स के लिए वहाँ पे एक गार्ड दीदी को खड़ा रखा, जिससे उनके अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस आया और वो एक्स्ट्रा एक्टिविटीज में भी इस वजह से पार्टिसिपेट कर पाई। मैंने भी उसको वॉशरूम फेयर को ख़त्म किया और पब्लिक प्लेसेस में और क्लासेस में अपने कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल को बिल्डअप किया और मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी। जैसे कि इन लोगों ने अपनी बहुत अच्छी अच्छी मेमोरी शेयर की, वैसे ही मैं भी आप लोगों के साथ एक अच्छी सी मेमोरी शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। एंड अगेन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग दिस बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर मी। तो मैं भी अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहती हूँ जो मुझे बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है। जब हम लोग स्कूल टाइम में थे, स्कूल से जब छुट्टी होती थी तो हम बाहर आते थे, तो हर जगह ऑलमोस्ट ये तो होता ही है कि कुछ शैतान बॉयज जो थे वो लड़कियों को छेड़छाड़ कर देते थे, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारी लड़कियां नर्वस हो जाती थी और स्कूल भी आने से बंद कर दिया था। फैमिली भी बहुत ज़्यादा डिस्टर्ब रहती थी। तो हमने ये बात अपने गार्ड अंकल को कहा कि हमें ऐसी ऐसी प्रॉब्लम होती है, बट गार्ड अंकल भी तो सिर्फ 2 होते हैं, वो गेट को संभालते हैं या फिर उन बॉयज़ को, तो हमारी ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं हो पाई। देन ये चीज़ जो है वो हमने अपने टीचर्स से डिस्कस किया, फिर टीचर्स के साथ प्रिंसिपल से डिस्कस किया। देन टीचर्स, प्रिंसिपल और हम सारे बच्चों ने मिलकर एमएलए हमारे जो एरिया के थे उनको लेटर लिखा, फिर उनके थ्रू हमें सपोर्ट आया और एक पुलिस की वैन जो है वो हमारे स्कूल के बाहर खड़ी होने लगी। जब जब छुट्टी होती थी उस टाइम खड़े रहते थे, तो ये बिल्कुल प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट हो गया और जो लड़कियां घबराती थी, नर्वस होती थी, अब वो भी स्कूल आ पा रही थी।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting us and giving me this opportunity. जैसा इन सब लोगों ने बताया तो मैं भी काफ़ी चीज़ें रिलेट कर पा रही हूँ। और जैसे स्टेज फेयर बुशरा को था, मुझे भी सेम स्टेज फेयर था, बट मैंने धीरे धीरे ओवरकम किया। स्कूल में काफ़ी ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेट किया एक्टिविटीज़ में, तो उस चीज़ से मैं ओवरकम कर पाई हूँ। एंड जो मोस्ट स्पेशल चीज़ मेरे लिए रही, मैंने स्कूल से वैसे तो बहुत कुछ सीखा है, लेकिन जो एक स्पेशल जो मैंने सीखा वो ये था कि जब हम लोग छोटे थे तो फैमिली के साथ हम लोग मैच देखा करते थे, तो अक्सर हम देखते थे क्रिकेट में जो हैं प्लेयर्स मोस्ट ऑफ दी बॉयज़ का ही देखते थे, घर में जो भी चलता था बॉयज़ प्लेयर्स ही होते थे उसमें। फिर जब हमारे स्कूल में स्पोर्ट्स के हमारे पीरियड लगने स्टार्ट हुए, स्पोर्ट्स टीचर आए, देन मैम ने हमें बताया कि सेम करियर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं गर्ल्स के लिए भी, और आपके लिए भी सेम अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं हर फील्ड में, गर्ल्स किसी से पीछे नहीं है। देन आई रियलाइज्ड कि हाँ, मुझे भी जो भी करियर ऑप्शन मुझे अच्छा लगेगा, जिसमें भी मेरा इंटरेस्ट है, वो मैं कर सकती हूँ।
थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग दिस। आप में से कोई बताना चाहेगा कि आप लोगों ने स्कूल से, ऑफ कोर्स स्कूल एक आपके लिए काफ़ी एम्पावरिंग जगह रही है, कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट अगर याद आ रहा है तो जो आपको लगता है कि शेयर करना चाहिए ऑडियंस के साथ कि किस तरीके से हम स्कूल को एक और बेहतर और एम्पावरिंग जगह बना सकते हैं? शायद वो आपने महसूस ना किया हो, एक्सपीरियंस ना किया हो, बट क्या कोई आपके सुझाव हैं? क्योंकि हमारा पूरा कैंपेन जो है वो एक अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करता है कि हमें स्कूल से कैसे सशक्त हों। सो अगर हम उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए आप कोई सुझाव देना चाहेंगे, कोई भी आप बोलना चाहोगे ना?
जी, मेरी जो साइंस और मैथ्स की टीचर थी वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छी थी और हार्ड वर्किंग थी। मैं भी हमेशा चाहती हूँ कि उनकी तरह बनूँ। बट ऐसा मैंने जहाँ तक देखा कि हार्ड वर्किंग है, सब कुछ है, वो पढ़ाने में बहुत इंटरेस्टेड है, बट स्कूल से ज़्यादा तो टाइम नहीं दे सकती ना हमें। और इतना ज़्यादा उनके पास वर्कलोड होता था, बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब रिटर्न वर्क वगैरह। इसकी वजह से ना वो थोड़ा कहीं-कहीं मुझे ऐसा लगता था क्लासेस में उनको डिस्टर्ब होता था, क्योंकि प्रिंसिपल तक भी एज अ ड्यूटी उन्हें वो सारी वर्किंग चीज़ें हैं जो उनको सबमिट करना है। तो खैर जैसे हम लोग तो है तो हम ये कर सकते थे, हमने हेल्प भी की कि आपका वर्कलोड थोड़ा-थोड़ा हम मिलकर हेल्प करा देते हैं और फिर एक्स्ट्रा जो टाइम बचेगा उसमें आप हमें हेल्प कर दीजिएगा, थोड़ी हमारी पढ़ने में हेल्प हो जाएगी। बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में टीचर्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा बर्डन होता है, जिसकी वजह से वो क्लासेस थोड़ी सही से ले नहीं पाती हैं। वो लेना चाहती है बट टाइम लिमिटेड होता है, तो इस वजह से।
तो आपको लगता है कि टीचर्स का थोड़ा बर्डन कम कर देंगे तो उससे कुछ हो जाएगा? ओके, नहीं, दैट्स अ गुड सजेशन। एक्चुअली मैं टीचर्स के पास बहुत सारा काम है और हमने पिछले पैनल में भी सुना जहाँ पे ये बातचीत हुई कि टीचर्स, एजुकेटर्स काफ़ी बार ये कंप्लेन करते हैं, दे आर इन अ वेरी लोनली स्पेस, दे आर ओवरबर्डन। सो कोई और सुझाव, कोई और?
जी, जैसा कि हमारे स्कूल्स में हमें जो भी पढ़ाया जा रहा है बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाया जा रहा है। हमारे पास सारी स्ट्रीम्स अवेलेबल हैं अब स्कूल्स में और सारे सब्जेक्ट्स के लिए टीचर्स भी अवेलेबल हैं। बट एक चीज़ जो होनी चाहिए वो ये कि आफ्टर 12th हम लोगों को थोड़ी-सी प्रॉब्लम आई कि हम किस कॉलेज में जाएँ, हमें किस सब मतलब आगे किस तरीके से अपनी पढ़ाई कंटिन्यू करनी है, क्या-क्या ऑप्शंस हैं, क्या हम लोग बाहर जा सकते हैं। तो वो उसको लेके फैमिली थोड़ी-सी कॉन्शियस रहती है कि हमें बाहर नहीं भेजना है। मतलब बच्चे पढ़ाई तो उस लेवल की कर रहे हैं बट उस टाइप के करियर ऑप्शंस होने के बावजूद हम लोगों को नॉलेज नहीं होती है कि ये सारे ऑप्शंस हमारे पास हैं। तो एक बार जब हम लोग 12th में हैं तो सीनियर क्लासेस को ये चीज़ बताई जा सकती है कि आपके पास क्या-क्या करियर ऑप्शंस हैं और किस-किस फील्ड में आप लोग जा सकते हैं और कहाँ-कहाँ पे कॉलेजेस अवेलेबल हैं और उसके नियर बाय पीजी या जिस तरीके से हम लोग रह पाएँ, क्योंकि घर थोड़ा दूर होता है तो थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है, दैट्स इट।
Thank you so much for sharing these experiences. You have something more to add, Jen?
मैम, मैं शाहीन से रिलेट करना चाहती हूँ। शाहीन ने एकदम सही कहा कि आफ्टर 12th हमें बहुत कुछ करना होता है। अब आफ्टर 12th के बाद हमें ये करियर के लिए जाना, मतलब करियर के एक स्टेप हमें आगे बढ़ाना होता है। सो 12th से पहले हमें 10th हम लोग पास आउट होते हैं। सो 10th में भी मैं चाहूँगी कि 10th लेवल पे भी बच्चों को काउंसलिंग प्रोवाइड की जाए स्कूल में। हमारे स्कूल में काउंसलिंग हुई थी बट वो इतने अच्छे से नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट हो पाई। तो मैं वो चाहती हूँ कि थोड़ा वो 10th लेवल से ही बच्चों को काउंसलिंग प्रोवाइड की जाए, जिससे उनका माइंडसेट हो जाए कि उनको आफ्टर 10th उनको क्या स्ट्रीम चूज करनी चाहिए। जैसे मेरे को मतलब बोला गया था कि साइंस बहुत अच्छी है, साइंस ही लेना चाहिए, ह्यूमैनिटीज नहीं लेते स्टूडेंट्स। सो मैंने 1 वीक साइंस स्ट्रीम की क्लासेस ली बट मेरे को वो लगा ही नहीं, मजा नहीं आया। देन फिर मैंने स्ट्रीम अपनी चेंज कर दी। सो हमें ये सब मौके मिलने चाहिए कि हाँ, हम अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाएं, या हमें पहले से काउंसलिंग मिलनी चाहिए कि हमारे लिए क्या बेटर है। मैंने ले ली स्ट्रीम, लेकिन मुझे पता ही नहीं था कि मुझे करना क्या है। मुझे यही नहीं पता, बस मुझे ये पता था कि हाँ, आफ्टर 12th मुझे साइंस लेनी है, बट मुझे ये पता ही नहीं है कि मुझे करना क्या है, साइंस में क्या ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है, ह्यूमैनिटीज में क्या ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है, मुझे ये पता ही नहीं था। सो फिर मैं लोगों के पास गई, पूछने के लिए गई। मुझे अपने जो एरिया था स्ट्रीट, वहाँ पे लोगों के जो मुझे लगते थे कि पढ़े लिखे थोड़े लोग हैं, उनके पास जाना पड़ता था पूछने के लिए। सो हम वहाँ पे पूछने ना जाए, हमें लोग अभी ढूंढने पड़ते हैं कि हम किससे जाके काउंसलिंग लें। सो अगर स्कूल वो 10th लेवल पे बच्चों को प्रोवाइड कराएगा तो शुड बी इजी हो सकता है बच्चों के लिए आगे करियर चूज करने के लिए। थैंक यू।
मैम जैसे चंचल ने अभी बताया कि काउंसलिंग देना चाहिए, बच्चों को प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए, बट मेरा मानना है कि बच्चों को हम कितना काउंसलिंग देंगे। बच्चों को काउंसलिंग मिल जाती है, एज अ गार्जियन हमें पेरेंट्स काउंसिल करते हैं और बहुत सारे लोग, बट हमें पेरेंट्स को भी बुला के उनकी भी काउंसलिंग करानी चाहिए, क्योंकि बच्चा कुछ और करना चाहता है और पेरेंट उसे कुछ और बनाना चाहते हैं। सो हमें पेरेंट्स को भी एक्सप्लेन करना चाहिए कि बच्चे जो चीज़ कर रहे हैं उसको हटा के मतलब जो वो चाह रहे हैं उन्हें वो करना है, तो उन्हें ज़्यादा बर्डन ना करें, नहीं तुम्हें साइंस ही लेना है, तुम्हें ह्यूमैनिटीज़ ही चूज करनी है, तो उसका बर्डन लूज करने के लिए हमें पेरेंट्स की भी काउंसलिंग करानी चाहिए।
Sure. So career guidance, both for parents and students, will actually make school more empowering places, right? So thank you for sharing these experiences, and I would not like to delay much, but would request four of you to
So we also would like to felicitate our girls.
Yes, we can do that
Later after the campaign. ठीक है.
So
then
I would just want to request all four of you to help us launch officially our campaign this year, हर कदम बेटी के संग, स्कूल से सशक्त रहे हैं.
स्कूल से बनते हौसले बुलंद, बढ़ती जाती लड़कियों की उमंग, हर कदम बेटी के संग, स्कूल से सशक्त बने हम। आप भी जुड़िए रूम टू रीच इंडिया ट्रस्ट के बालिका शिक्षा अभियान के साथ। अधिक जानकारी के लिए जाएं roomtoread.org पर। स्कूल से बनते हौसले।
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering. Thank you, Purnima, for running the last segment. For now, I would like to invite Ms. Reema Shrestha to share the final reflection and key takeaways from today's discussion. Reema Shrestha is an Associate Director, Girls Education and Gender Equality Program for South Asia region of Room to Read. She looks over at India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. She has more than 14 years of experience in development field. She is a PhD scholar from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She holds a master's degree in social work, specialized in urban community development from Pune University, India, and bachelor in sociology from Atherstone College, Mumbai, India. Over to you, Rima.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful event today, especially after hearing from our alumni. I feel emotional as well. As Purnima said, this is what we want to see and hear. Thank you so much. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the team for organizing this successful event and inviting me to be part of it. My sincere thanks to all of wonderful presenters and panelists for their valuable contribution. It has been an honor to be among such an amazing experts and what we taught on different aspects of framing life skill education for equality, strengthening and supporting life skill educators. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended this event and helped to make it a successful one. We have gained better understanding about aspects such as to be central to life skill work, and we have really talked about diversity, especially about contextualization, and context is the most important when we talk about diversity. We also talked about ecosystem, which is the most important we have to think of. Uh, and then we also learned about important areas of empowering educators for enhancing diversity, equality, and inclusion, and the challenges, good practices. So with all of this experience, definitely we'll be looking forward to work with our team to make it more effective program. I would like to take this opportunity to share our Room to Read's several initiations and innovations related to life skills from the perspective of global as such. So to talk about Room to Read, we are one of the few international education organization that has developed a robust life skills and mentoring program for girls, implemented in multiple countries with a measurable outcome, with the goal of supporting gender equality through education. Our effort in gender equality begins when we launch a girls' scholarship program during the early years of establishing Room to Read. Since then, it has evolved in a portfolio of a girl education intervention, ensuring that girls are supported by their families and schools and communities to stay in school for longer and acquire the necessary skills to negotiate life skill decision. Through our direct implementation work, we support girls to pursue their education, deepen their learning, and ensure they have the information, self awareness, and self efficacy they need to overcome challenges they face. Room to Read's life skill curriculum has long supported girls as they chart and pursue successful life paths and change their communities and the world for the better. Through a girls' education program based in schools, we helped girls develop critical life skills, self confidence, perseverance, critical thinking, and communication. We have also worked with them to build the knowledge they need to pursue their dreams through sessions, activities, and mentorship focused on themes like finance education, as well as sexual reproductive health. Based on our research testing, we are now embarking on a significant update of our life skill curriculum. This update will strategically weave together the most impactful life skill topics, folding in new relevant focus areas such as financial literacy, climate justice, resulting in scaffolded learning model in each strategically built on one before. This curriculum will also equip girls to overcome both existing and future challenges. The initial testing of multimedia tools was incredibly well received. So, in previous panel discussion, we really talked about technology as well. So, considering that, we will receive the demand for more versatile signature content. So, we are now in process of creating a new series of highly quality animated videos alongside associated print books that are developed through our partnership with Rebel Girls Media. These animated videos and book will prove essential to support a varieties of delivery models and share real life stories of participants in our programs who have used key lives to overcome challenges, which we just hear some example from our alumni as well today. So this content will provide the themes and role model stories that serve as an anchor to our critical life skills curriculum and enable us to reach all types of learnings like visual learner, auditory learner, and hands-on learners, whichever they are and whenever they need our content the most. This content will also show how girls have successfully used key life skills to forego their own paths and reinforce that these skills are accessibly and can be cultivated. Many countries have also already begun to integrate life skills and concept of gender equality into formal education experiences for boys and girls with explicit policies that incorporate life skills education into existing curriculum or have set aside standalone life skill classes. Building on this momentum, during the next strategic plan period, Room to Read will specifically target boys as well. So this is kind of a initiation for us as an additional stakeholder in our gender equality initiatives, recognizing that changing their culture norms are critical to strengthening our girls' education efforts. Such an expanded curriculum will generate nuanced discussions and reflections on the diversity of boys and men's power and privilege, while increasingly shedding light on overall systematic disadvantages that are faced by our girls and women. As we implemented these new tools, our research and monitoring team will conduct studies to assess their impact, resulting in information that helps to refine our approach that can be shared with the sector. This evidence will further help us persuade governments to adopt our program content and methodology, paving the way of system level change that impact the way millions of adolescent girls are supported to develop life skills both in and out of schools. The Room to Read also will work closely with local authorities in selected countries to help schools integrate mainstream core element approaches, methodology, and tools for our gender equality portfolio and into the school systems. So I can give one of the example that in Vietnam, the Ministry of Education has issued a policy enabling schools to budget for teachers to work as a part-time school mentors for 3 to 6 periods per week, and each school has 3 to 5 teachers and as a mentor. This has been an achievement, and we have been really working closely with the government of here in India as well, which Nini a little bit talked about it. So there are some of the highlights of the innovation and work Room to Read has done, initiated based in our strategy of Vision 2025. So Room to Read has always believed in partnership and collaboration. So we'd like to love to collaborate with each one of you who have been presenting here in this journey and be part of our missions. So I'm extremely proud to be part of this event today and learn from experts. This event would not be this much of a success without your presence, dedication, and effort. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rima, for taking us through some of Room to Read's work. It's been quite a day. What's added to these captivating discussions is that we've had them in person. I would now like to request Mr. Jitendra Bansal. He's the finance director for Room to Read India to kindly share our thanks with everyone who's present here and who's helped to pull this event on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event to all the guests who have actively participated today to make this event successful. Your valuable presence has made this event an opportunity to create a dialogue on 21st century life skills education. A special thank you to our keynote speaker, Ms. Shalini Prasad ji, for your inspirational thoughts. Thank you, Dr. Professor Krishna Menonji, for bringing in an intersectional perspective to life skills. I would like to thank our panelists from the first session, Framing Life Skills Education for Equality, Dr. Anita Nuna, Ms. Radhika Menon, Ms. Pavitra KL, Ms. Prablina Tuteja. Thank you, dear panelists, for your valuable contributions today and for creating a shared narrative. Your wise words could be the possible game-changing solution for the current and upcoming challenges. Special thanks to our program director, Saktibrata Sen, for moderating the session and consolidating key takeaways for practitioners and participants here. Further, I would like to thank our panelists from the second session, Strengthening and Supporting Life Skills Educators, Ms. Deepa Sundarajan, Ms. Nini Mehrotra, Ms. Pramila Manoharan, Dr. Prerna Kumar, Dr. Shivani Mishra. Thank you, honorable panelists, for your insights. Your insights on strategies to empower educators for making life skill education more inclusive is thought-provoking. Thank you, Dr. Manisha Date, for actively participating in the discussions today and moderating it and helping us consolidate the key takeaways from the session. I would also like to express my gratitude to the entire audience, volunteers, supporters, followers, and well-wishers who worked tirelessly to make this seminar come alive. You have my sincere gratitude for your assistance. A special thanks to Ms. Reema Shrestha for reiterating the need for a well-rounded life skill program which should be grounded in self-efficacy, self-awareness, and social awareness. Last but not the least, I want to use this occasion to offer my sincere thanks to the organizers and crew working behind the scenes tirelessly and my room to read colleagues for pulling this off with ease. Special and deep gratitude to the Indian Sign Language interpreters from Access Manta for supporting us today. I would want to express my gratitude to everyone once more for their courteous cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. We really echo your thoughts. With this, we come to the end of today's seminar, Life Skills Education, Empowerment and Equality, organized by Room to Read India. Thank you for your attendance. Kindly head to the lobby for further snacks and some tea. Please do remember that we have interactive kiosks set up at the back of the room along with an interactive wall, which I am being told that it's empty right now. So when I head out of here at 5, I'm hoping that there will be around 30 to 40 responses on the wall. So thank you again very much for your participation in the entire day. I hope to meet you in the lobby soon. Thank you very much.